What is going on, everybody? How's everybody doing today? Good afternoon, or depending on where you are in the country, good morning, or good, depending on where you're at in the world, good possibly evening, or yeah, could be anything to anybody. But hi, welcome. Welcome to the weekend. How's everybody doing today? We're trying a couple different things today because we have had a couple different things be noticed when I've been watching stream after the fact. So number one, I've noticed that I've been doing a lot of silent, going through my, drilling my practice, going through my combos. So I decided during those times where I just have my lapel mic, it doesn't really pick up the clickety clack of the balisong while I'm silently flipping, and that might be appreciated by those lurkers. So I've set up this mic, so when I transition away from just normal talk and banter flipping to dedicated silent flipping, because we have a quiet crowd, I'll turn this one on and see if that might make the experience a little bit more enjoyable. We'll see how that goes. What's going on, Silas? What's going on, Shticky? What's going on, LeBreton? And what's going on, Spark? How's everybody doing today? How is everybody's weekend starting out? Hopefully pretty good. Just talking through a couple changes that we're seeing. What's going on, Ego? How are you doing? What's good? Life is good. It's a good day. It's a good start to the weekend. You know, I've identified some tweaks that I can make to the stream to be a little bit more enjoyable for everybody, I believe. So I'm just talking through those right now. So again, one of the things that I've been trying to drill on is more intentional flipping. So I've been flipping through my combos and trying to learn my tricks. 3 says, just popping in to say hi. I'll be back after class. All right, we'll be here. Enjoy class. One of those things that I'm doing is I'm going to be going through the tricks that I'm drilling, whether that be a combo or whether that be a specific trick. And when I do that and chat is quiet and I'm not responding to things, and instead we're just having a quiet moment, I have set up a boom mic that I can turn on so that you guys can better hear the clickety clack of the balisong. So hopefully that'll be an improvement. And then as you'll see on the screen, I also added, this note, if you're new here, we're a very chill group. Say hi, ask questions. Because there have been a couple instances now in a couple streams, not everyone, but a couple streams where people have stopped in and said, hey, are you guys doing balisong stuff? Oh, Shticky, I already said hi to you. Hi. And we talk about it, and they either show interest or they just wanted a place to chill for a minute, and they thought it was a cool spot to vibe. So I want to make sure that if there are more in the that drop into the stream that are like, I wonder what he's doing. That looks kind of neat, and this is kind of a chill atmosphere to be in. Maybe I'll stick around, but I don't really know what anybody's talking about. I want them to know, hey, if you don't know what's going on, everybody around here is super nice. Everybody is chill. Drop in on the chat, ask some questions. We'll talk through it. Because we've done that collectively before with one person, we got a new sub out of it. And with another person, at least, they got to see some pretty neat tricks with a sharp knife. So, that's the kind of thing that we're trying to throw down. So I figured I would throw that up on the screen so that, because sometimes during those quiet sessions, I go back, and I do notice, like, I may be at 7 viewers, and then all of a sudden I crop up to 8, 9, 10 for like 1 minute of silence. And then all of a sudden it drops back down to 6 viewers before I have any opportunity for dialogue. And it's like, maybe if those people had that kind of warm welcome of a message saying, hey, we're a chill group. ask questions. Maybe they would have popped into the chat, said said a thing or two, and got a little bit more engagement, grew the community a little bit more. We'll see. So maybe it'll stick around, maybe it won't. Maybe it looks too flashy and it's a visual impairment on the stream. You guys let me know if it's a problem or if I need to clean it up a little bit, make it less kind of in your face. But I really want to make sure that anybody who happens to drop in and hasn't seen this kind of stuff before but really likes the vibe or has an interest, that they know that they can ask questions. So today I'm going to interact interact with you guys while continuing to smooth out my current combo. Not because I'm still dedicated to drilling the combo, but because I am dedicated to improving those tricks that I'm working on. And those tricks that I'm working on are the Hellbent, which is that, and the shortstop, which was not that or that, which is that if done without the thumb for assistance. But the funny thing is, I've still come to the conclusion I'll just keep doing my combo anyways, because essentially it's doing the two things that I need to work on with a couple rollovers in between, because that's all I'm doing is the behind the 8-ball and the blender, which are just a bunch of rollovers. So it works out for me. Oh wait, no, you've already been here. So Shiki says, love you everybody. 3 says, you could make a pinned message instead of being on screen all the time. Or instead of it being on screen all the time. That's true, I could. But then again, not everybody is watching in a way that the messages are always there and in their face. I think there are ways that you can watch it where it's primarily the screen content, especially the people who come back and watch after the fact or weren't there to watch it live and watch it later. It's still a reminder if it's something that they happen to stumble across and they're like, I wonder what this guy is doing. It's still clear that, hey, you can drop in on the comments and ask questions if you're curious about what you're seeing. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, that's good feedback. I told you, this is what I'm trying to do. Let me know if you think of a better way to do it. That was a pretty good bit of feedback. Thank you, 3. I appreciate that. 3, your Bali dares are mind-breaking. 3's flipping in general is mind-breaking, especially when flipping spider knife. When it becomes that state, it's very impressive. Keeping momentum really does help with the shortstop. I believe it. Good advice, you go for real. I find it difficult to do from a dead stop. Some people are great at it. Thanks, LeBreton. My default is visible, or by default, it's visible. Yeah, so I was talking about that a lot. I was talking about that a lot yesterday, about the fact that, I could work on trying to speed it up and then smooth out the edges with regards to the shortstop. There are one of 2 ways that I can kind of approach my learning of a new trick. One is to muscle through it and then smooth out the edges, and the other is to break it into digestible chunks. Try to learn the fundamentals of each of those pieces and then bring them together into one cohesive, smoothed out final product. That's what I do with the shortstop, whereas kind of forcing my way through it and smoothing out the edges that way is what I do with the Hellbent. Like that. That wasn't great. And the funny thing is, I mean, today might not be a day for, that particular combo for me, because today I might not be in the mind for, learning and doing quality flipping on the shortstop, just simply because none of that felt really well. My hands are cold right now, so maybe I just got to warm up. I haven't done much flipping. I wanted to keep most of my quality flipping, and the early stuff is usually where, right after warm up is where I usually flip the best. So I didn't want to lose that peak time off stream. Um, so I don't know. We'll keep going with regards to, the shortstop and stuff. But if my hands don't warm up to it, literally and figuratively, we may work on some other tricks. We'll see. Let's see. Keeping momentum really does help with the shortstop. Good advice. It's difficult to do from a dead stop. Some people are great at it. Thanks. By default, it's visible. I don't think you need to speed it up. I don't think you need to speed it up. Okay. One thing I learned from Odo is to do the first part as slow as you can and the second part as fast as you can, because it takes you how to generate momentum from nothing. Oh, it teaches you how to generate momentum from nothing. Fair. And the funny thing is, I think where I break it up is specifically what you're talking about. And I can totally see the first part going slow and then where you would pick up the speed on the second part. Also, because picking up speed on the second part uh, moves the blade to handle angles in such a way that it lets the blade slide into that uh, gap between your finger and your thumb that it needs to fit into, which otherwise, you know, on a fully extended knife, you would constantly hit like that. But because you have that momentum going, it comes in at an angle. So yeah, I totally get needing to speed that part up and that being part of the natural process. What's going on, PS5, the only one? How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good start to the weekend. Let's see. Bali Unc equals goat. I appreciate it, Silas. How are you? I don't think I've said hi yet. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good start to the weekend as well. Do some push-ups. It warms you up. Yeah, but I don't know that the push-ups would warm up my fingertips nearly as much as it would warm up my torso, my core, which would be good, and it would in the long run have a domino effect to warm up my hands. But I think this morning I had my window open in the office a little too long, so it brought the temperature down in here. Right now it's a cool 69.6 degrees in the office, whereas naturally, if the window remained closed, it would probably be closer to a 75. So it's a little chilly in here, but that's okay. I definitely want my hands to warm up before I pull out and pay too much focus on the Orion 1.5, because as noted yesterday, that was a sleeper Bali in my collection. I did not realize how good the LDY Orion V1.5 is to flip. But it is silky smooth in the hand and is it's a great all-around balisong. But I want to make sure my hands warm up before I start playing around with it, because I want to enjoy it. Okay, PS5, the only one shows up. LeBreton is saying hi to people. Silas is saying hi to people. And then, Silas, how are you this fine morning? I'm good, PS5. How about you? I'm great. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that you're great. That's good. Yesterday I said before, the entire day was like an 11 out of 10. I was just I was having a good day. I think I was in a generally good mood, but just day wise, feel wise, uh, I was just feeling it. It was a good day yesterday. And then I got home and my wife told me that, or not, I did got home. I got off of work and then my wife told me that she wanted to buy me a balisong. And the balisong that she picked out ticks all of the bare minimum requirements for it to be a serviceable and you know, by way of slight tweaks and adjustments, totally flippable balisong, which might come flippable right out of the box. Who knows? So I'm excited, and it's a pink ano. So yeah, something new to unbox is going to be on its way pretty soon, and that's exciting news. So because I'll always do that unboxing with you guys. Yeah, looking forward to it. Lots of fun things in the works. That's a true statement that I can make. Let's see. 3 says, clench and unclench your fists a bunch of times. Yes, I have been doing that very much. Orion is GOAT. If you don't have, if I didn't have my Kraken, it would be my main knife. That I've experienced it the way that I did yesterday, I can totally get where you're coming from with that. I I don't have the Kraken to compare it to, so I can't say anything by way of you guys telling me that it's right up there with the steady consistency of the Kraken. I don't know how to make that comparison without having touched the Kraken, but I trust you guys and just my enjoyment of flipping it yesterday. I believe it. So I'm not going to say it's going to be my main because I can't carry it around everywhere because it's got a live blade and I carry out in public. I carry balisongs out in public. And when I do, it's always going to be a trainer. So it's not going to be my main, but it might be my main just fun to flip while in office or while on stream. Because it feels good. I do not feel warmed up enough to try the Hellbent on live blade right now, though. Spark, was that your first comment? Have I greeted you yet today? I don't. Oh yes, I did. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss a friend. I don't know what it's called. I didn't want to dig that much into it because she did want it to be a surprise. I was just very curious about some of the specs on it to make sure that it was going to be something, that was going to be serviceable, was going to be totally flippable, and it ticked all the boxes. It channel design, on bushings, 440C blade. All of those things are the bare minimum. So I'm excited. What's going on, Java? How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good start to your weekend. Hopefully last week ended pretty nice. I totally forgot one other thing. Anybody who hasn't been here since the start, a couple of things that I had kind of walked through with everybody, some changes that I'm making, not to the stream in general, just a couple tweaks that I've kind of already implemented that you'll see or you'll notice as the stream goes on. Is I've added this boom mic. So when we move away from the active dialogue and I'm going just through my practice, through my session, to work through my combo with each of the Balis, for example, if chat doesn't happen to be very engaging and we have a lot of lurkers, what I'll do is I'll turn on this mic so you guys get the clickety-clack sound of the flipping, because I think that might be more enjoyable for you guys, because I know that the lapel mic that I have does a lot of noise cancellation, and a lot of the satisfying clicking gets muted. So I want to make sure that you guys have as quality and experience as you can, even when I'm not actively engaged. The other thing that I did was Oh man, what was the other thing that I did? Oh, on the screen you'll see I have a, if you're new here, we're a very chill group, say hi, ask questions. Because over the course of the last 3 or 4 streams, I've had 2 different people kind of hop in and, ask, hey, are you guys talking Balisong stuff or butterfly knife stuff? And had a really neat interaction with them. They wanted to see a trick on a balisong, and I showed it to them, and they were like, "That was really cool, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna dip out now." And that was totally fine. And then yesterday, I got a new subscriber out of the whole deal. They weren't a flipper. They came on. They thought what they saw was cool. They liked the vibe of the room, and they're going to come back. I don't know if they're going to come back as a flipper or if they're going to come back as a positive person in our little community. But either way, it's cool. But I also know that when I'm watching the streams later, when I go into those quiet sessions, again, hopefully the mic will help. But when I go into those quiet sessions, sometimes I do see that viewer count, the active viewer count, go up a couple. Okay, LeBreton, thanks for stopping by. Have a great weekend. If you come back, if you pop back in after you're done doing what you're doing, will be great to have you. This might be a longer one. If you can't, totally fine. Have a great weekend, my friend. So yeah, I figure during those silent sessions, where chat isn't very chatty, which again is totally fine. Everybody is just kind of lurking when we're having those days. Sometimes I do see those numbers fluctuate, and I want to make sure that if one of those people who are popping in are like, I don't really know what he's doing, and nobody's talking, but there are like 7 people here, and I would be uncomfortable tossing my name out into the hat, not knowing if it's going to be received by ravenous, animals or well received by, considerate human beings. I personally would remain silent. And those people may remain silent for a bit and then be like, okay, this is quiet enough, and dip out. So I wanted to make sure that they know this is one of those atmospheres and environments where, if you have any questions, if you don't know what you're seeing, but you legitimately do like the vibe, and just want to ask, hey, is this something, what is this that you're doing? I want to make sure that they know that the people we have in chat, the people that tune into my stuff, we're really cool, really laid back, really accepting people. So if anybody does have any questions, I want to make sure that they know that they can ask said questions and not feel scared about getting an elitist sort of response. That's kind of change number 2 that you'll see. I did already get some feedback that maybe I could put that in as a pinned comment, which I could do. That's true. I'll think about it. There are some drawbacks there too, because I'm very forgetful. So if I just have it as part of my OBS setup, I'm not going to forget it. Whereas sometimes I forget to even hit, go live or start stream. And then I'll talk for 15 minutes and realize that everybody's just patiently waiting for my stream to eventually start. And then I have to go through the entire thing all over again. So to avoid those misses, which are totally possible through very much fault of my own, but I'm self-aware enough to know that it would happen eventually on occasion. I would much rather just have it as a static part of the screen. So I tossed it up there, but if you guys think it's too harsh looking, if I need to soften it up a little bit, make it a little bit smaller, make it a little bit more gentle around the edges, you guys let me know how it kind of fits with the vibe, because I have no issue tweaking it to ensure that it works with what we're trying to experience. I'm noticing a few things about your shortstop. If you want to VC, I can explain it better in chat. Sounds good. Will do. I will let you know. I have, just so you know, it may not be this weekend. I legitimately have a lot on my plate this weekend, and I really have to hunker down and get some stuff done. So what I'm probably going to do, if I'm being completely honest with you, my weekend is going to be comprised of this stream and then me throwing on a what do you call it? When you watch the same thing just nonstop again and again and again, like an entire series, a binge. I'm going to start a Mr. Rogers binge in the background. So Mr. Rogers playing infinitely in the background while I'm on my work PC getting some stuff knocked out. That's basically going to be my weekend, and I'm really looking forward to it because I haven't watched Mr. Rogers in a while, and I've really had Mr. Rogers on the mind, or on the brain, for 2 or 3 days. So it'll be good to watch it. It'll be good to watch some nice retro PBS TV. That's what I'm looking forward to this weekend, aside from today's stream, which I'm really looking forward to too. I love the Saturday streams. The afternoon atmosphere is always a good one. These do tend to run on the longer side because, you know, I'm not going anywhere. You guys seem to have the availability to tune in and hang out. So yeah, I looking forward to it. But yes, 3, anything that you can provide by way of like video feedback, as far as like, hey, try doing this instead of that. You know, let me know, drop a video with some instruction. And I'll definitely, I mean, that's something that I can watch real quick and then toss into my half intentional practice, you know, while I'm waiting on something to finish running in the background, you know, while I'm working, where I have like a minute or two to do some active flipping, because it is the weekend. It is, I mean, I am doing the work on my time, so I don't have to feel guilty if I get like a 2-minute break there. I'm okay with that. Excuse me. So yeah, anything that, but hopping on a call and actually like working through, you know, dedicated 110% of my focus is on perfecting this thing. Probably this weekend probably isn't where I'm going to be able to dedicate that much practice, or that much dedicated hardcore practice. Okay, so PS5 says, oh, binge watch. Scott, you should try a horizontal aerial. I tried it and got it first try. I actually was trying it last weekend after 3 had sent me a Helix aerial clip to take a look at and try my hand at. And while I didn't quite do that, I did later on that evening when I was just doing my whole, so I do like 3 different ways of flipping. I do my active, very intentional, I am trying to learn this thing, so I need to make sure that I get all of the fundamentals perfect, whether that be that I'm landing it perfect and smoothing out the middle parts as I go, or that I'm landing it in smaller chunks where I'm really drilling the fundamentals, so I'm doing it as right as I can and then bringing it together afterwards. So I do my very, very intentional flipping there. I also do my mindless flipping of where I'm just kind of walking around doing whatever. And it isn't necessarily a walking around thing. Sometimes I'm watching YouTube and just actively flipping, but not actively like hardcore drilling something. I'm just going through my combo or doing my old combo while I'm watching YouTube content, something like that. But then the third type of flipping that I do is what I would classify as exploratory flipping. So that's where I don't know if what I'm doing is a legitimate uh, method with which to conventionally flip. I don't know if I'm doing something that is in fact uh, if I am doing something that is in fact a trick, or if I'm doing a transition not from one hand to another, but from one trick to another, and it's just a simple basic, you know, something. I simply, again, I keep saying it, I don't know what I don't know, but I know that I enjoy doing that third style of flipping, which I wouldn't say is passive flipping because I'm very intentional about what I'm doing. It's just I'm doing it unaware of what I'm doing, but knowing that I'm practicing getting from one thing into something else in a way that I haven't done before. So that's still a way of active flipping, but in a unique way. So exploratory flipping, passive flipping, and practice flipping. Those are the three types of flippings that I do. If that makes sense. I don't know if it does or not. So the funny thing is, I said earlier in the week that we're transitioning our Wednesday streams over to um, the kind of just flip, practice, and play the audience um, or rift off the audience, where you guys interact with me, where I ask questions or I say things or I do things or we have hot takes. But it's none of it is pre-planned, none of it is scripted. I don't have a message that I'm trying to deliver. And the Saturday streams are going to be the ones where I come prepared with talking notes, and a plan. And this is kind of what we're doing. And actually, I kind of failed you guys this time around because I didn't come with talking notes. I didn't feel like talking notes were going to be necessary today because I felt like it was going to be, regardless of how things really go. I felt like we're gonna end up having a good quality stream that'll run its natural length, regardless of whether I have talking notes or not. I don't need to try to stretch it out more so than it's naturally going to be. But I did have an overarching topic, and I can't remember what it was, but it was the name of the stream. It was what was this called? Meaningful Conversations. Um, because I mean we chat about that, and we talk about that a lot. How many questions I ask you guys, and how appreciative. I mean, I just kind of glazed everybody in the Discord last night by, hey, what's going on, Jax? Welcome to the show. I was glazing everybody on the Discord last night about how awesome it is that you guys have questions, you guys have things that you need help with, and you drop it out there, very very comfortably, uh, where anybody, if they wanted to be mean, anybody could pounce on it and say, haha, you don't know X, Y, or Z. But none of you guys do that. You guys jump in and you say, hey, here's a clip that I can slow down for you, showing you how to work through this part of the thing that you're struggling with. And it's super cool. I see that, and it makes me smile because that's the world that I know that we have, is people who are engaged with other people to help them out, to support your fellow human being, because that's all we are. At the end of the day, is we're just a bunch of people that can help take care of each other. So when I see that happen, on the Discord, it warms my heart. And then people say silly stuff like, "Oh well, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you." And I say silly. It makes me happy to hear people say that and to think that I bring something to the table like that. But really, at the end of the day, all I do, I kind of said it in the Discord yesterday. All I do is kind of enforce a no foul language, keep it PG. But aside from that, you guys are just doing you. I don't make anybody help anybody else. That's not one of the server rules. So you guys are taking it upon yourselves to, be there for each other, help each other out. It's quite possible that you do that in the other Discords too. You just may do it more colorfully than you do on my Discord. But I don't make anybody do that. You guys are out there being awesome people all by yourselves. And if I wasn't out here doing this, you guys would still have that potential. You would still have that opportunity because you guys interact with each other in other streams too. You're just, really helpful, really cool people. I think it's great. Jax, how are you doing today? Are you off to a good start of the weekend? Did you, ooh, did you have a nice week last week? Was it productive? Was it successful? Was it exciting? Any new Bally's ordered, seen, discussed, gifted? That's my fun excitement that I was talking about yesterday. I can't remember if you were on when we were talking about it, Jax. After my work day yesterday, my wife uh, had told me, hey, FYI, I want to buy you a Bala song, and I've already picked out what it is. Um, is that cool with you? To which my response was, absolutely. That's really awesome. Not to detract from how cool that is, but do you mind sharing with me the specs, the details of the Bala song, just so that I know what I'm in for? And she hadn't purchased it yet, so she was okay with that. She was like, I wanted it to be a surprise, but I kind of also low-key hinted at it in something that I sent you that you just haven't noticed yet, which I finally figured out. So I did get to check it out by way of specs and a quick glance at the picture, but I didn't want to ruin the unboxing experience by having too much visual information about it. But I am excited about what I've seen so far. But it's an aluminum channeled balisong that has 440C stainless steel blade, and it's on bushings. So I've said it again, or I've said it a number of times, and I don't want to sound pessimistic when I say, or when I imply that it could come very poorly tuned and in much need of service. But because it's aluminum channel, because it's 440C blade, because it's on bushings, it should be gravy to get in tune and in flippable fashion. Just simply, I may need to swap out bronze washers for stainless steel washers. I may need to sand down some washers to fine tune the tuning. But at the end of the day, all of those things are totally reasonable things to do. And if I get a quality flipper added to my collection for it, and colorway wise, it's a pink fade ano with an interesting blade design that I haven't seen before. So I don't think that it's a clone. So I'm excited for it to come, and when it does, I'll live stream it so you guys can help me unbox it. You can let me know what it is that I'm seeing if you're familiar with it. I'm really looking forward to it though. Let me check something real quick. Oh, and I forgot, man, I've kind of on two occasions now, I've run through what what changes I have made to make the channel more accessible to the new people finding it, um, uh, whether they be experienced flippers or being dropped in by the algorithm and may be interested in what they're seeing. You know, I added the mic here for you guys, so when I go into those quiet flipping sessions, I can turn this on, and you lurkers can hear the clickety clack very cleanly. So hopefully that'll help you guys out. I added the message onto the screen to make sure that everybody knows, you know, we're a welcoming environment. If you have questions, you just want to, you know, say hi and let me know you're here. By all means, do so. You're not going to get trolled or anything like that. We're you know, a very chill group. The third thing I did that I keep forgetting to mention, but after I say the first two, I think about the third like 2 minutes after I've moved on to the next topic. Chat did suggest for me to, or didn't really suggest it. They didn't ask it, but they were asking questions that led me down the path of, you know, let's try standing up. So, you know, I have a standing L desk that can go up and down. So I decided to raise it to at least try it. And then I realized that, you know, I can be back here flipping. I can be up here reading comments. It's a whole lot easier because I don't have to worry about the roll of the chair. And it's a lot more comfortable on my back doing it this way. So, you know, that was the third change that I've made to the general, you know, stream setup that you guys should be experiencing. But, you know, hopefully it's not too, none of the changes are too jarring for you. I don't think anybody's going to care that I'm standing up. And I don't think anybody's going to care when I start using this for the quiet sessions. I think the only thing anybody may have some feedback on is, you know, how clean, how smooth, how much the message on screen meets the vibe. If I need to make it a little bit more friendly, more smooth around the edges. But so far, all the feedback I've been getting from everybody is everything looks good, so I'm going to keep everything the way that I'm doing it. And I keep saying it, I don't bring this stuff up to you guys because I'm looking for you to tell me how to make my content. I have ideas. I've made up my mind on things. I just like talking through it sometimes because I'm a writer. And interestingly, these streams are a form of writing to me because when I write, and what I mean when I say that is when I write, I don't know what I'm going into a writing session to cover. I don't know what my topic is going to be. I just sit down and I start writing. Usually, I would say 9 times out of 10, what I start writing starts with the words, I don't know what I'm going to write about, but I love writing. Sometimes I just write words down, and then eventually my thoughts start sneaking into them. And then from there, my thoughts take over. And interestingly, it seems like when I start getting comfortable, or when I had started getting comfortable streaming, and the panic attacks kind of subsided, I realized that what I do when I'm streaming, and the way that I stream, and the way that I kind of process my thoughts, is very much the same way that I write. I don't really know what I'm going to go into streaming about usually. I mean, I'll have my talking points, but my talking points still are just, you know, I've learned the lesson about having a 100% word for word script drafted up. I can't do that and have it not look like I'm reading a script that's drafted up. And you can't do that and not lose some of that authentic feel, some of the uh, feeling of connected with the material. You know, that you can, you know, believe what it is that I'm saying and that I actually mean it. So I've gone away from the path of scripted content, And honestly, I'm starting to go away from the talking notes even, just simply because it seems much more authentic and the conversations seem much more quality and engaging when it's totally off the cuff. I mean, that's why I'm really excited for whenever we do start getting to have some like interview type videos on the channel. I'm really looking forward to those because that's kind of my thing. I really like that sort of engagement where you really get to ask quality questions, get quality feedback, receive that constructive, helpful, friendly criticism on something that you might be able to do better if you do this instead of that. All of that stuff. I really enjoy it. It's one of the great things about the community is how open everybody is to helping others, to offering advice, to taking advice and asking, hey, I'm struggling with this thing. What do you recommend? Ghost flipping, how are you doing today? I have a question for you. If you have a moment to hang around. If you don't, I won't hold you up. You may be busy and this may just be a quick drop in, say hi, and then leave thing. And if so, I can bug you via DMs on Insta or whatever. But I heard something yesterday that I would like to confirm with you, not because I doubt the source, but because what I think I heard, if I understood it right, was really really cool, and I would like to confirm that it's that I understood it right because if so, that's really really neat. Ghost flipping says, nah, I got time. What's up? I'm doing good. I'm at a soccer game at the moment. Very cool. Very awesome. Awesome. I'll jump right into it. I won't. I'll. You know me. I can ask questions about anything. So I was going to ask if it was a high school soccer game or a little kid soccer game or what the deets were on it, but we won't get into that. I'll jump right to the question. So if I and I'm not. I'm sorry. I know this is a Balisong flipping channel. I want to focus on this question to Ghost just because he deserves the attention, seeing how I'm asking for his. I was watching 2-Bit live stream with I can't remember the gentleman's full name, but I was referring to him as Dog, DAWG. Really quality flipper. I've been watching them on Instagram for a couple of months and didn't realize that they've not even been flipping a full year yet. Really impressive. But while I was watching that stream, I think I heard, and I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, it's totally me. It was not misrepresented by anyone involved. But I think I heard 2-Bit say, sorry, I tee up questions. I'm a storyteller. Sorry. ADHD. I think I heard 2-Bit say that there was some lore about how you saw him stream flipping, and that is what got you into Balisong flipping. And I was curious if I understood that right, if I heard that right, and if you can confirm, that understanding. Because I like to know people's origin stories. Oh, Jax has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Jax. Have yourself a great weekend. This one might be a long one, so if you're just going temporarily and you come back later, that's cool. We'll be here for you. We'll just play it by ear. Yeah, so ghost flipping, that's the question. Did 2-Bit and 2-Bit's flipping get you into the hobby, or was that either a joke that I heard or a misunderstanding that I heard, or if not, what did get you into the hobby? And you don't have to get into it in chat if it's a long answer. Point me in the right direction. Shoot me a link to the video to watch in Instagram, and I will watch it. You can answer that way. If you're just here to kind of get some vibes in and not play 20 questions, that is totally fine. The topic for today, I was talking about it, is very general, no talking notes, just kind of want to keep the thought out there. So the topic of today was, man, now I've forgotten what it was called. Meaningful conversations, because that's what I do. I don't try to, I'm not I mean, I read all the comments and I respond to all the comments, but that's why I do horizontal streams. That's why I can't do vertical streams, because I can't just run through and just call names out and be done with it. Not to say there's anything wrong with doing that. I just don't have any quality content to back it up with. So I have to, you know, do my crappy flipping with, some sort of intentional thought framed around it. And mine is the whole, positive vibe, positive community, support each other, sort of thing. I never had met Two-Bit until about a year ago. He's one of my great friends. In terms of who got me into the community, it was not Two-Bit, as I had never heard of him when I had first started off. Okay, I misunderstood. Probably wasn't anything that Two-Bit said. It was probably totally, I was multitasking while watching amazing flipping that I couldn't even understand, because it was like they were playing horse, the basketball game where one person does a trick, then the next person tries to replicate it. But they were doing that, I mean, playing Bali with Bala songs. And what they were doing was so beyond bonkers, seeing it once, and then from someone who obviously has it in their repertoire, and then turning around and knocking it out, on their third attempt. It was just, so I was probably not paying attention to the comment and misunderstood. I watched multiple Balisong YouTubers, and also played Valorant and CS:GO a lot. So I would be lying if I said that didn't play a part in my joining the hobby. Fair. Just like there is no bad Balisong, just like there is no bad flipping, there is no bad origin story. Sometimes it's just, sometimes the reason is because it's a sharp knife, and knives are cool, and bro's got a knife. And if that's the reason why you're here, and that's the reason why you got into it, who cares? It may be trauma, it may be ADHD, it may be fun, it doesn't matter. So long as you love doing it, you're doing it right. I love hearing people's origin stories, though, seriously. Spark says, I know that both Two-Bit and Ghost have done in-person collab streams with a big yo-yo YouTuber, whom I guarantee, though you didn't mention it or I haven't read it yet, I guarantee my son, who loves yo-yoing, knows whoever it is that you're thinking, because yo-yoing is one of those like really, really, really cool things. Just like speed cubing, just like Balisong flipping. It's one of those things that if you dedicate the time to it, you can do some really amazing, less with speed cubing, that's more of a impressive time thing. But with yo-yoing, with Balisong, from me, it's very much flow art. It's a very pretty art-driven visualization thing for me. I'm getting talky. Yeah, we did collab with Hunter Yo-Yo. He's a great guy. If you don't mind my asking, what got you interested in Balisong? And then 3 says, I'm going to learn, I can never pronounce that right, but I know what you're talking about. And I was going to bring that up as an example of one of those flow art things, but I can never know what the word is. I always want to say a ball and cup, but I know it's much more complicated than that. And those are cropping up in my feed all the time, probably because I follow and watch a lot of what Mystic does. And Mystic plays around with those too. It's bonkers what you can do with that stuff. And ghost flipping, I haven't missed your question. I'm going to go back to it. I just want to get caught up in chat so I can, give you a well thought out response. And if you don't have time for it, technically speaking, I do have a video out there that kind of uh, uh, tells the origin story. But I'll let you know. Um, so I'm going to learn that a bit because I need something in my hands and can't bring a Bali to school. Three, that's a good idea. I support the learning of new things, just like you support the learning of new tricks and the new and the consideration of different perspectives. Um, you're thinking of, oh, am I thinking of something else? Is the G or the Begleri, is that the one that's like some weights on two ends of a string that you fling around your fingers? Because I have seen that too. And if it's that, I also endorse that because that is still flow art. It's just at a much smaller scale. PS5, the only one you got to go. Good stream, great weekend, Scott. Thank you so much for stopping by. You have yourself an awesome weekend. If for whatever reason you are able to swing back by later, you are more than welcome to. I have no idea how long today's stream is going to go for, but thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Have yourself a great weekend. Okay, so. So yes, three. If that's what you're talking about, those are really cool. And I have my last hobby before getting into ballad songs, which will be a nice segue back into Ghost's question. My last hobby before getting into ballad songs was paracord weaving. So I have all of the materials that I would need to make my own set of begleries, including ball bearings that I could knot into the thing itself. I just don't want to stretch myself too thin. I have a lot going on with work. I'm trying to dedicate a lot of attention on learning the tricks. Still have stuff to do around the house. Still have family to be there for, love, care, support. So, I can only do so many things. Plus, what I'm trying to do with the channel by way of the live streams, by way of, extra unboxings and openings of anything that I receive, interviews that are going to be, coming down the pipeline that I do with others. Any potential collaborations that we get set up along the lines. I mean, there are a lot of things that people have been asking me about, and a lot of things that I have been thinking about. And somewhere I just have to draw the line and say, this is the most that I can do. And picking up another flipping based hobby is probably not in the cards for me at the moment. So excited for those interviews and collabs. Thanks, Spark. I'm glad to hear that you guys are excited about that. I really am. I think that we can do something special with it, because it isn't just going to be a Scott asking questions. You guys know my thing is very much, I like to understand. I like to look at things from different angles. I'm an analyst at heart, so I like to make sure that I can understand and put myself in somebody else's shoes and understand not only where they're coming from, but how they got there, why they think the way that they think, why they do the things that they do. And not from a judgmental or a critical perspective. I legitimately love everybody. It's like you hear people say, how people hate people for no reason. And my stance on it has always been, if you can hate somebody for no reason, you can love somebody for no reason too. So why not just give everybody the benefit of the doubt and love everybody, and take the bumps and bruises as they come. So that's kind of what I tried to do, and what I want to go into I keep calling them interviews, but that does seem like a grilling, me asking you questions thing. And I don't want it to be like that. I want it very much to be a conversation. I want it to be sit down with Bali Unc and let me ask you some of my standard silly questions. Let me ask you some of my, Bali related, like technical, how to do the things questions. Let me get into origin stories. Let me talk through all that stuff. I think the idea of it would be neat. And I think that my positive spin, kind of gives it an angle that maybe hasn't been done necessarily as frequently or consistently or ever. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. But I know that I keep getting positive feedback from everybody saying that they're looking forward to it. So thank you, Spark. I'm glad to hear that you're looking forward to it. Battle Song interviews are great. It's a fun and cool, tiny part of the hobby. Yeah, I mean, I know Ethan and Brandon have done them before. I know that there is oh, what is it? Just Damn Knives or something like that. The guy from Acid Works um, had done like 3 hour collab interview type streams a couple years back and did them for a long, long, long time. And I love going back and watching those too. So, you know, I don't know what the setup is going to look like yet, what the dynamic is going to look like yet. If it's going to be like what I've been doing for the last 30 minutes, I'm so sorry, and not flipping and just talking. It might be that. Ghost, FYI, if you haven't caught on yet, I have ADHD, so I get sidetracked. I still haven't forgotten your question yet. I will get back to it, I promise. But yeah, I mean, moral of the story, I know that I'm going to be doing the interviews and stuff. I know that people have voiced their interest in seeing them. And I know on the other side of that same coin, people have voiced their interest in participating and being a part of any conversations or interviews that I want to have if I have the interest in doing something with various people who have reached out. You know, so the reception of the idea seems really, really good, and I'm really excited about, you know, where we might be able to take it and what we might be able to do, because it's just like the unboxing of any Bali I get. When it happens, you know, it's going to happen with you guys. It's the conversations that I do with people in the community aren't going to be live streamed. They're going to be packaged up, because while I don't edit myself, I do want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with the presentation that I'm putting them. That I want to make sure that whoever I'm talking with is comfortable with how I am presenting them. Because I don't want it to be a, you know, a space of drama or you know, issue. I want everybody to be just more knowledgeable and aware, and, you know, just that much more engagement with the community and with the hobby. It's just about building out the hobby. Ghost copied my idea of inverting the white on the PFP, LMAO. Just messing with you, Ghost, LOL. Okay, so Youngblood said, you're going to be a lurker for a while, just listening while I work on work, LOL. Cool. You know my stance on things. I love lurkers. I adore lurkers. That's why I have the potential lurker count on screen, just to make sure that everybody knows. I know that you're there. I keep an eye on that number, not because I truly care about my view count. Most of my views come after the stream wraps up anyways. But I like to know how many lurkers we have, roughly, because I truly do appreciate you guys. I say it on every stream, and I'm going to say it on every stream. That's one of those things that I just glaze the community with, is, you know, the lurkers are here just to hear me and digest what I have to say, maybe learn a thing or two in the background. You're not sidetracked with, is he answering my question? Ghost, I promise I'm going to answer your question. You know, what's my next question going to be? Will he give me a shout? I mean, you guys, you're not caring about that. You are just here to listen to me, and that moves my heart. I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Much love to the lurkers. So there's my daily lurker plug. Okay, ghost flipping. Just to confirm before I jump into all of this, can you confirm you're still around and ever so patiently waiting? Or did you have to drop and I will get the silent treatment? And if that's the case and you come back and see this later, no hard feelings, no worries. I get off on tangents, and sometimes it takes me about 20 minutes to get back around to the topic. Sometimes I take flipping breaks and it takes me, you know, 20 minutes to get back to the flip. For whatever reason, my office is just really cold at the moment. it has warmed up to a solid 73, so I think my hands are going to get to a point where they don't feel so cold. But yeah. All right, I think we might have lost Ghost. Ghost flipping may have had to retire. And if that's the case, that's totally fine. I won't get into the story with you guys because I know you guys all know the story. You guys have seen the video. But I was gonna give Ghost the Cliff Notes version of what got me into the hobby if he had interest. Um, so Ghost, if you're lurking, you're still out there and you are curious, hop up to the keyboard. Let me know. If you dropped, that's totally fine. Yeah, so we'll just do a little bit of flipping. Actually, let me double check one thing. Oh man. Ever start to do something and then totally forget what you were doing and why you were doing it? But you know where you were going and you were going to keep going there, but then by the time you get to wherever that end point you remembered, you're like, yeah, I still don't remember what it was that I was going to do. So I'm just going to leave it here and see if maybe I remember later. And then I can pick up where I left off. What's going on, Ego? You've been lurking and listening. Don't apologize for that. I mean, I keep telling you guys, anybody who comes to the keyboard after I make my lurking plug, I keep telling you, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to come to the keyboard in those instances, so that I know who my lurkers are. As a matter of fact, I really appreciate the fact that I believe that there are some lurkers, maybe not right now because we only have 6 people and we have a relatively, we've had a talkative-ish chat. We've had engagement. But when we have the larger counts, there are times where I am confident that we have some lurkers throughout an entire stream that never say a word. And I may have some regulars that I'm not even aware of, and that's a really neat thought. That's a really cool thing to think about, because yeah, because that means that somebody has interest in something that I'm spitting out, and it's good to know when it's good to get that type of feedback, to know that what you're saying and why you're saying it, the message that you're trying to put out there in the world, whether it be to help the world and try to make it a more happy, nice, positive vibe place like I do, or whether it be your call out to the world for help, or whether it be your line in the sand saying, I have seen this injustice and I'm sick of it, regardless of the why. Just the fact that crap, I lost my train of thought. I want to say that I could end it with, regardless of the why, just the fact that you're trying to do it is sufficient. But I don't even remember what the it was anymore. I totally lost my train of thought and lost it. But moral of the story, Ego, don't ever feel like, here at least, don't ever feel like you have to apologize for lurking and listening, because I think the lurkers are like one of the most meaningful parts of this entire engagement for me, because it some people do just need to feel heard, and the lurkers help me feel like I am heard, just like I try to respond to all the comments that people make in the chat, because I want to make sure that you guys feel heard. Like when PS5 the only one initially subbed and let me know that they put content out there and asked me if I would go and see it. I did, and I noticed that it wasn't Bali Unc content, although they are a flipper. it was Roblox content. And it was Roblox content, just short content of like 2 minutes worth of gameplay. That was a ring of shame. And and that's it. So it wasn't, I didn't have to commit an entire evening to watching their stuff and supporting them. And they were tuned into my live stream and were supporting me. So the least I could do was take 2 minutes out and show them that same level of support. And since then, they've come back onto the stream and said, hey, I see that you have noted that you enjoy this. What are your thoughts here? Or I'm working on this series that I think that you'll like because you made, this, you provided me with this feedback. And that these are all good, real quality interactions that I'm having with somebody. It's true. These are all, virtual interactions that, one screen name is having with another screen name. But, when you look at it at a people scale, it's one human being's action is resulting in a reaction. I mean, feedback, a feeling of something. Sometimes that feeling is of value. Sometimes that feeling is of being seen. Sometimes that feeling is of being ignored. That's why I always try to be intentional in the way that I'm interacting with people, whether it be interacting with the chat, whether that be pulling up somebody's content that they DM'd me because they want to see my reaction, or going and finding somebody's short because they told me that they were going to drop one and they want me to rate it 1 out of 10. I mean, these things happen, and it doesn't require too much effort on my part to provide that whatever that feedback, whatever that request, that interaction is. And at the end of the day, it always turns out to be a positive interaction with the Balisong community, whether that be with one single individual from the Balisong community, or whether that be, something that it gets noticed or picks up speed, or is, out there for the general public to notice anyway. Either way, it's really cool. What's going on, Jed? How are you doing this weekend? The weekend just started. Are you ready for it? Did you have a nice week? Has your week ended on a good note, and your weekend is, all teed up for a win? What are you thinking? What are you thinking about it? Hopefully good. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. Hopefully everything is started out right. I mean, I don't know what time zone you're in. If you're in the Eastern Standard Time like myself, it's little after 1 in the afternoon, so late enough into the day that you could at least have a sort of finger on the pulse of what the day is looking like and how the weekend is starting out. Yeah, I guess. Good. I'm glad. So you're aware, today's stream, we are talking meaningful conversations. That can mean anything to anybody. I'm not really putting any guardrails around this is what meaningful conversations mean to me. Instead, okay, you're in Iowa? Got it. Instead, what I mean by meaningful conversations is just simply how do you interact with other people, and what do you guys get out of it? What do you look forward to? And we've already kind of been talking about it where I'm involved, because we were earlier in the stream, we were talking about, my getting into doing interviews. And the way that I'm going to be doing interviews is going to be very much a, let's sit down and have a conversation, one person to another, not here, let me run through this list of questions so that you can, give me my answers and dance for me the way that I want. I don't want anybody to fit into the box that I have created for them. I want to be able to have I want to talk to somebody and understand them better and be able to take that interaction and then share it with the rest of the community so that everybody can understand everybody else better. That's really where I'm at. That's my peacemaking proposition is, let's have conversations. And when I say let's have conversations, I mean, let's talk about the good stuff. Let's talk about what we like. Let's talk about what we have in common. Um, I'm not talking about conversations of debate. I think those are fruitless. I mean, they're not fruitless. But what I'm trying to do, the space that I am in, um, that's not that's not where it's at for me. That's not where I am going to have anything to bring to the table. I can debate, sure, but it isn't anything that I have any interest in. I'm a pacifist. My stance on things is just like everybody chill out, everybody get along, everybody be nice to everybody. It's easy. That's my that's my low key Mr. Rogers hot take. Um, okay, IDK, what's going on? Welcome to the show. How are you doing today? How are you doing? You having a quality weekend? Did you survive last week with badges of honor, or did you come out of it with some scuffs, scrapes, and bruises around the edges? How was last week for you, my friend? Hopefully it was good. Hopefully you had a good, quality, solid, knock it out of the park week. Hopefully you did. Let's see if my hands have warmed up enough to no appreciate the Orion as much as it deserves appreciation. It is, I mean, it feels so good in the hand, even with my hands not being all that great. Um, it does. It feels good in the hand. I'm really glad that I have this. I'm going to have to let my wife know. Not only is it cool because it was the Christmas edition, but according to chat, it is uh, Kraken. I don't want to say Kraken level consistent, but consistent, a consistent enough flipper that it could be comparable to or used in the same, I don't know, comparable to a Kraken, in that it's borderline bread and it's at a different price point, but it's still like bread and butter. Just it'll do what you need it to do, quality. And I am now seeing that. It was definitely a sleeper in my collection. I was not flipping it for anything other than my evening practice. But now that I've spent a little bit more time with it, I really thoroughly enjoy it. I don't know how many of you guys were on yesterday's stream, and I'm just, repeating the same thing that I said yesterday, or how many of you guys might be hearing that for the first time. But yeah, I didn't realize that this Bali is as good as it is. And everybody kept coming back saying, yeah, people are like, they love the Orion or they love the Kraken or they love both, but those seem to be the gold standards. And I had no idea. What's going on, Reef? Hello, hello. How have you been? I haven't seen you on one of my streams in a while. Have you seen Squid Industries montage video from like 2 years ago? I probably have. I've seen so much of uh, I have seen so much of Squid content that I would be inclined to say that I have, but I would be remiss to say that I have because I don't know for sure. Um, I don't know. If I can't remember if we have you on the Discord or not. If we have you on the Discord and you have a link to it, by all means, either drop it in the Discord somewhere or DM it to me. I'd be happy to take a look at it. I love looking at cool content, even content that's from a while back. Spark says, "Do you like it better than the Orion S?" So I don't know. It's way too early for me to say that. I am definitely, uh, when I do my like unboxings, for example, I'm probably going to have a lot of hot takes very quickly. Uh, But as far as my final call on things in comparison, so I've been saying forever that my Orion S is my top tier, goated, crowned best Bali that I own, best Bali that I flip. Um, so for me to pit something up against this, I can't do it after a single flip, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to, or that I'm going to be comfortable doing it after a single day's worth of flipping. I think I'm going to need a lot more off-air dedicated time, with whatever it is that I'm going to be doing compares to. But what I will tell you now that I've had quality time, because before when I would pick it up, it felt like it was going to be slick in the hand. It never did feel slippery. It just the natural feel of the finish of this particular balisong always gave me the impression that once really digging into the flipping of it, it was going to end up getting slippery. But then yesterday's flip session showed me that it in no way, shape, or form did it. It was hanging in there with me, flip for flip, drop for drop. It was an experience. I really enjoyed it. But and after flipping it, because it's so smooth, because of the finish that I thought was slippery but isn't, it is so smooth. While I love the octagonal shape of the handles of the Orion S because it makes fanning and everything so easy and so smooth, I do have to admit that the Cerakote coating on this, and I don't know if it's specifically because of the speckle. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the Cerakote coating on that also has this green speckle, and I can't tell if that green speckle has a tactile addition that it adds to the grip, or if that's just my brain. But this actually, after flipping the Orion 1.5, it almost feels like this has too much grip in comparison, which is weird. I never thought that I would say that, but that is in fact what it feels like. So I really have been enjoying this for the last 24 hours, or really closer to the last, I might as well say the last 24 hours. But hadn't given it a solid try prior to that. I'm glad that I now know better, because it's a quality flip. All right. So things are quiet right now, which is fine. We got 5 people, five lurkers, who are not at the keyboards right now. Totally good. Don't start typing. You don't have to. We're actually going to use this time right now to our advantage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on my boom mic, and I'm going to do some silent flipping. And what I would like for you guys to do is let me know if using the boom mic and having this turned on, if it gives you that audible feedback. Can you guys hear the clickety clackety better? Because right now when I flip, let's use the rep, because that has a pretty distinctive and clacky sound to it. So here, we'll give you guys an example. Just using the lapel mic right here, this is how much you can hear the clickety clack of the rep. Right? That, I don't know how much of that came across, how much of that was audible. I know when I go back in the stream afterwards to listen to it, you really can't hear the clickety clack of the ballad song. So you don't have that background satisfying click, 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 because the mic that I use has noise suppression, so that it can pick up the dialogue really well. So now I'm going to try to turn on the boom. Well, first, can somebody just, and I mean, I apologize for asking so much, because I love the lurkers and I respect you guys and your ability to, uh, your freedom to just be able to lurk. But if it wouldn't be too much of a bother, would one of you possibly be able to just respond and let me know that that you heard the sample flipping that I just did, and would be able to compare it once I turn on the boom mic? I would really like some sort of feedback. Also add a brick wall limiter, turn off noise suppressor. Yep, gotcha. Okay, Spark. Thank you, Reef. I appreciate it. Spark, did you hear my original flipping, or do you want me to go through it again? Just a quick combo, just so you know how much this is, so you can compare it to the boom mic. Just wanting to make sure. Oh, you heard it? Okay. Sounded muffled. Sorry, I'm getting notifications popping up from the noise canceling. Okay. And I want to keep the noise canceling because, again, this is very dialogue focused, a dialogue focused mic. And there are people, this is my house, so there are people that are talking. There are people, out in the hallway, things that make the dog bark, all that stuff. So, okay, now I'm going to turn this one on. I'm going to do less talking because I don't want two mics picking me up at the same time. Um, I don't know. I guess I'll do that too. I'll do like 2 seconds of talking. You guys let me know if that is discombobulating, hearing me come from two sources simultaneously, if that sounds robotic or horrible. But then you let me know what the how the flipping comes across. Mute t-shirt mic when you flip. See, I totally understand where you're coming from there. I don't believe, because this is typically like a plug into your phone mic set that I'm just using with my computer. So I don't have like a quick button to mute and unmute. Coupled with the fact that with my ADHD, I'm going to go into like a 2-minute flipping session, see that somebody has a comment, and then be like, oh yeah, and start responding to the comment while I'm muted and nobody knows what's going on, or you're stuck to this. Two mics gives you a phase cancellation robot noise. Okay, then let me try 1 second of both of them, because I did have them both on before and it wasn't giving me any issues. But let me, how can I try something? Oh, that's not going to be it. I don't think I have any feedback. I'm checking the levels. I don't have any constant reverberation. You guys let me know, talking wise, how horrible is this? And then I'll shut up and get into the flipping, because that is really the whole point of this mic. I just want to know how careful I need to be with this one when it's on. Do I legitimately need to make sure I never say a word, because it's going to result in painful feedback for the viewers? Or I hear you saying perfect, Reef, so I'm assuming that means that with my lapel turned on and with this, it isn't too disjointed by hearing two versions of me or anything like that. And I love the fact that, again, just like the community does in my Discord server, I love the fact that you guys, and Reef, just like you were doing in Spark's stream when Spark was having struggles with the getting the hardware in and out of, and then fine tuned with his Thai Kraken. It's weird but cool. Okay, then let me get to the flipping and silence. You guys let me know if this sounds better with the boom mic. Good sound? Good. Man, I'm not warmed up enough for the short stop today. All right. All right, cool. We'll mute that because I'm not trying to jump into a no talk, just drilling quite yet. I don't feel it's necessary. But it's now good to know that, so if you guys ever notice that I start getting quiet and am just flipping, and you guys don't feel like you're going to be, jumping in with crazy questions anytime soon, by all means, drop in, voice out in the chat and remind me to turn on that mic and improve the experience, because that is all I am about, is the positive vibes, ballad songs, and everybody just having as quality an experience as they can while they're tuned in. Whether that be the new people who just got plopped in here from the algorithm, or whether that be my OG supporters, who try to make every stream. Regardless, I want all of you guys to have as good an experience as we can. So that's why I kind of, am working on some of the things that we're working on by way of the interviews, by way of I'm toying around with. I have one project underway that I'm going to get started on this weekend, that I think I'll be able to do a really neat clip, if I can land a neat trick. So if I can find a neat trick that I can pick up relatively quickly and then smooth it out well enough that I can grab a clip of it, something that I'm doing this weekend, I think will make that clip be probably one of the neatest ones I've done yet. So I got that underway, the interview stuff. My wife bought me a ballad song yesterday, so that's going to be coming in the mail. Shroom is going to be sending me the Nibalis cat to play around with, which is really, really awesome. So I have ballies that are either in flight, literally or figuratively. Just good things. Good things are happening. And then I'm talking to some folks about potentially, not like mass produced or anything like that, but potentially some apparel, some Bali Unc stuff that, it would be neat, because I know that, you guys get excited about some stuff. I think it would be neat to, have an opportunity for anybody, kind of like what you guys do in the Discord server where you have your little tags after your name. I've noticed that a lot of you guys are using the Unc one, and I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. Any of you guys that are planning on going to Blade Show, I would like to have an opportunity to have, a shirt available for anybody who wanted to show, community support during a day at Blade Show. So I'm also talking to certain folks about what that might look like, getting some apparel made, whether that be sweatshirts or t-shirts or patches or what have you. So who knows? We'll see. But exciting times, that's for sure. Let's see. It's cool to mic the ballad song for sound. Yeah. I'm glad that that worked out as well as it did. I was able to wire it so that it doesn't make anything more complicated. And for the most part, it shouldn't get in my way. And if it does start getting in my way because it's too close to where my mouse hand is, I can probably just adjust a couple things on my desk, adjust the layout of a couple of things in the back corner that don't really matter, and slide that mic even further down so it's even less in my way. I think it's going to be a win call at the end of the day. So that's pretty cool. I'm also thinking about trying to do something similar with cameras. If I can find, because right now I'm using my iPhone 16 Pro plugged into my computer as my webcam, because although I have an actual webcam, its optics aren't nearly as good as the iPhone's is. So it would be, but it would be cool if I could find a budget-friendly camera that at least records at 2K, at least at the same quality as my current phone setup, which I think is actually technically only running at like 780p, which is not HD, much less, 2K. But if I could find something cost effective that was a quality recorder for streams, especially in low light conditions, and it was small and compact, what I would love to do is get 3 of them and have one of them here, one of them over here facing the middle, and one of them over here, all at different heights. So that way when I'm trying to grab a clip, I could step back and grab a clip from 3 different cameras, from 3 different angles, but all timed with the same timestamp. And then I mean, it might be a neat way that I can do, stream transitions. It might be a neat way that I can grab and record clips. I don't know. I have so many things, so many ideas bouncing around the head, that I just need to, I need to take a step back and take a breath and say, okay, let's write some of that stuff down, but what do I need to worry about right now? And right now, that's the Hellbent and the shortstop. Vertical shorts on YouTube boost volume louder than horizontal stream volume. Do they? Oh, so Bali sounds louder on shorts. Gotcha. Okay, good to know. I wonder if that's something that you can tweak in settings. But then again, even with my shorts, I usually, because most of my flipping, other than a couple few circumstances, most of my flipping is done now in this type of format. And when I do a short, I'm actually clipping it from a live stream. That was not good. That would have hurt. That would have been the 3rd finger I lost this week. Shorts are on blast by default. Yeah, but basically what I end up doing is the way that most of my shorts come around is I'm watching the stream later. I download it. I'm watching it through like DaVinci Resolve or something, and I will see something happen that it's like funny or inspirational or motivational or bonkers in one way, shape, or form, and I'll clip it, and then I'll upload that from my computer as a short, so I've already like adjusted all of the volume and all of the speed and all of those things. But I mean, if what you're saying is because it's a short, it has some back end volume settings that a horizontal video wouldn't have. That's good to know. I did not know that. Don't really, like I said, I don't really do much with shorts. I do watch my streams after the fact, but I usually do it so quickly, I don't even have the ability to download it yet. And until I can download it and watch it through DaVinci Resolve, I can't really do any clipping other than just a short link that I can send somebody. Shorts are on blast by default. Yeah, YouTube adds like 6 decibels. Oh, I did not know that. That is good to know. You know a lot of stuff, Reef, and I appreciate that. You are so helpful. Like I said, I already glazed you once, recounting being on Spark's stream and listening to you kind of help him work out the binding issue that he was having with the Thai Kraken. And that was really cool of you. Additionally, if I recall correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but you pretty regularly drop shorts, like silent shorts. I think there's sound, but it isn't you talking. But a very like fingertip technical type of stuff, right? I'm fairly confident that I see that quite regularly from you, and can say, definitively, you are. I mean, I would agree with Spark. You are the goat. It is. It's great. Anytime I see you pop up in any stream, you are very much like Spark and myself, and Shticky, and plenty of others. I don't mean to leave anybody out. But you are very much there to collaborate with and support the other flippers in the hobby. And sometimes you just need to know that people are seeing what you're doing. So I want you to know that I do recognize that you do that, not only on my streams, but on other people's streams too. And that's really cool of you to do. So thank you for that. You help build the community that I am trying to build just in your offering of assistance as often as you do. I've been watching y'all since like forever to learn to flip. Well, cool. And I've been doing it for like 7 months to learn to flip. So yeah, we can do that together. So Reef, you are still relatively new to it then? If so, I mean, I love what you put out. It's different. It isn't the same flipping that everybody else does. A lot of people who are just getting into the hobby jump to, hey, I need to do a tutorial. That's how I'm going to put content out. I'm going to teach people, which is fine. I mean, one of the best ways to learn how to do something is to learn it and then immediately go and teach it. And one of the ways that you can teach something that you just learned is you can, create a tutorial. So I understand why they do it. But yours, it could be a tutorial in that it's slow enough that somebody could watch it and try to follow along, or would at least need to slow it down less. But yeah, super cool that not only that you put out that content, but just know that and it's not just me either. I mean, Spark can attest to the fact that when we see people out there regularly supporting, plugging that community support card, we do notice it. Shticky can probably attest to that, as can IDK, as can anybody. Again, I have only the best people in my chat, but everybody that we have in here can attest to the fact that when you show up and when you support, you are seen. So thank you for it. Okay, so that's so cool, man. It took me a year to get rid of the bite indicator. Quarter half speed crew. I don't know what you mean by quarter half speed crew. I don't know. Let me check a couple things and then we'll get back to flipping. All right. And I think that was about all the things I needed to check. I guess I'll check one other thing real fast. You guys are always so patient with me. I couldn't appreciate it more. Thank you. I just figure while I happen to be going through some of my internet browser tabs, and while you guys happen to be content with a quiet chat, um, I will check on a couple things by way of where I get a lot of my Bali news and all of that stuff, um, just to see if anything's going on in the community that is worth a part of our attention today. Here's one for you. Have you guys seen, and I mean, I don't know how active everybody is in chat today. Reef, you have been. Spark, I think, I mean, you have been, but I think you were possibly multitasking, not sure. Sticky, you're probably flipping too. Nobody feel like you have to. Oops, let me update this. Okay. Um, do. I'm at work flipping my 10-year squid trainer. Nice. Very cool. I've watched Spark since Balisong flipping shout out. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Did you see my message? Let me see. I saw your, let's go up to the very top. Let's make sure I'm not missing anything because Sticky, you are important. I see you trying to get under my skin with your emojis. You saying hi everyone, you giving the heart hands, you noting a good idea. We had you saying hey to Jax, giving a peace sign, saying something's all good and that you agree with something else. Oh, maybe move the message. I missed this. This is why I also go back and rewatch the streams because sometimes I totally miss some comments and I feel bad afterwards because it's like, oh, I never went back and answered that. So maybe move the message to the top left and make it smaller. It's pretty distracting. Okay, and Sticky agrees. Okay, cool. I can do that. Um, then we had Ghost flipping in here for a little while. I think Ghost flipping probably left. They asked a question and I got too distracted on other areas of excitement and never got back to answering their question. But in my defense, they were asking a question that could be answered by watching the only video I've put out in the last like 3 months. So Sticky says good sound with regards to the boom mic. Good to know with regards to verticals adding more sound or shorts adding more sound than long form. And then, did you see my message? So let me check the Discord and see if you sent me a message on Discord, which you didn't. Let me check the channels on Bali Unc Friends. I don't see anything new that I haven't seen yet. So, Sticky, I think I am missing something, and I am so sorry. So, I said, by the way, if you ever need merch, you can contact me in private. I got you. Oh, heart hands. Is that what you said? Is that what the heart hands were for? Because that's the only part of that message that I got. I did not get, and I just scrolled through all of it all over again. But I did not get that if you need merch, you can contact me in private. I got you. Let me actually do that. DM, I'm going to forget. Yeah, I will watch this again this evening, and when I'm watching it, I will remember. But if I'm multitasking while I'm watching it, I may remember, but not still remember to DM you. So take it upon yourself. Like right now, shoot me a DM that says, hey Unc, let's talk merch, and then just leave it at that, and that'll serve as the reminder for me to get back with you. Um, no, the complete message got deleted. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Uh, all good. I don't expect Balisong flipping to give me that big of a wait. I don't expect Balisong flipping to give me that big of a shout out just from selling them my Nautilus. A lot of chats don't go through for me. Must be a chat moderation thing blocking them from coming through. It'd be nice if there was a way to disable that. And I thought that I did have that disabled. It might be something within the YouTube settings. I do have a moderator set, a bot moderator set, just in case things ever do get like ghost flipping level bonkers with regards to the number of people in stream and the number of interactions I can or cannot have, and if I have any crazy spamming. But the first time I had that on, a bunch of messages were getting blocked. And it was, I mean, it was coming across on screen that messages were trying to be sent and that the bot was stopping them. So I went in and I disabled it. I turned that off. So nothing should be impacting the chats right now. But I can, after stream, I can go in and just double check the YouTube settings and make sure that nothing is causing any unforeseen issues that I'm not taking into consideration. But first, seeing how I'm not flipping anyways, and you guys are in fact giving really high quality feedback, how about something like this? You guys let me know. I'm gonna move this, and you guys let me know what works. Because I know the corners tend to be kind of a safe space because I don't flip there anywhere. And I don't think my head is going to be in that spot anywhere. Is that better? Is that more visually appealing, less in your face, less distracting? I mean, while I'm going to be doing this regardless, I don't have to stare at this. You know, it's not going to distract me either way. Maybe a little smaller. I just want to make sure that regardless of the device, I mean, I kind of also want to have it centered, and that's why I had it down here before, because some people might be watching it on a phone. I guess you guys tell me, if you guys, do you guys watch the streams on a phone, or do you guys watch streams on a tablet, or do you guys watch streams on PC or desktop? If any of you guys do watch the streams on your phone, do you hold the phone horizontally, or do you watch a kind of a crop the sides off vertical take? Okay, Sticky's on computer. Reef says optics cool. What do you mean? The fact that I had the text on the screen? You think the message is cool? Ego, you hold the phone horizontally, so this message that's up on the screen, is it too small for you to read, or is that okay size wise, or should I make it any bigger? Because again, I mean, the important part of that message is I want it to be front and center. I do want people to see the message and to have that knowledge that you know, if they do have any questions, they don't have to be fearful of asking them, because all of us are really nice quality people. You can read it. Okay, good. We'll stick with that then. Oh, let's try some quiet flipping for a little bit. Give you guys some clickety clacks. Zen pin right on the top of my foot. That was not fun. Not too bad though. Just not fun. Not what I wanted. Apparently today is let's get a little bit more practice on the shortstop day. Still had the thumb in there. Sounds cool. Yeah, I like the refault. It has kind of almost a hollow yet still ringy sound. It's just a deeper ring. My Zen pin is getting loose. Oh yeah, that wasn't a Zen pin. That was a, what do you call it? I can't remember what you call it. Okay. What do I want to flip? What do I want to flip? I want to flip the Bali that's being sent to me. That's what I want to flip. I'm so excited. I mean, your settings sound cool. What with now that I have this and the fact that you can pick up on the clickety click, or the fact that my voice is being picked up by two microphones in it, and it gives a neat neat sound. Sorry I ask all the questions. I just like to make sure I understand. You can hear your hand on the G10 when you flip clicky. Oh, so you can hear my like this. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, the G10 is pretty rough. Well, good. I'm glad that the mic is working out. Bali Unc ASMR. Cool. I like a good quality clack. So the fact that I have the ability to pull this extra mic out just specifically for that that sound quality. It was actually, even though it wasn't RZ's idea, something RZ actually said is what prompted me to give that a shot. We were talking, Ethan, happy weekend, everyone. How are you doing, Ethan? How was your day? How did you end the week? And are you teed up for a quality weekend to come? How are you doing, my friend? In a minute, I'll run through a couple changes that I have implemented to stream thus far that I think are being well received so far. But yeah, RZ had mentioned, Unc, you clearly haven't, because I was being apologetic over the fact that, you know, I want to be engaging. I don't want to rudely invite people to my stream and then just have you guys watch me flip in silence, even though I know that you guys would do it, because I know I would do it. It's still quality content, because you can't flip, you can't capture Bali flipping content and put it out for the masses wrong. You just, I love it. I love it. Okay, so Ethan, just to get you up to speed on things so that you're aware, a couple changes that I have made, not big changes, not like, you know, oh my gosh, we're rebranding again, or oh my gosh, we're going to start doing something, you know, totally different, and you know, Kraft is going to make Bali Unc shaped noodles for their macaroni and cheese, you know, nothing crazy like that. But when I was rewatching one of the streams where I was going through my collection and drilling my combo and then putting it away and grabbing the next one, I was noticing that while I was flipping, it was very muted. I wasn't. I was coming across fine, but you couldn't really hear the Bali on the lapel pin or lapel mic because of noise canceling, sound suppression, whatever you want to call it. And I thought to myself, if I'm going to be totally silent and the Bali is totally silent, this has got to be painful for people. So maybe I can pull out a second mic where when I go into those silent sessions, I remember to turn on the mic or unmute the mic and then do some silent flipping that way so that you guys at least get that ASMR audio feedback. So now I have this mic set up, which apparently doesn't cause a problem with my voice being picked up by two different microphones. But when I'm just flipping silently, you'll very quickly notice that the clickety clack of the balisong is very much prevalent in the audio of this next flip. The flipping might have been buns, but the audio is really neat. You're definitely hearing an audio or hearing an echo, like the Bali ASMR though. Yeah, and I'm definitely, that's why I'm not going to keep this on all the time, because when I'm talking, I know that echo is going to be picked up. So I'm only going to be using this like probably in those last 20 minutes of the streams where I'm just wrapping everything up, going through my flippery and moving on to the next Bali, and not having an engaging chat, just having a room full of lurkers, which I always appreciate. So yeah, it's definitely going to be. Hopefully, I see this as being a very easy done, low key, minimal effort thing that could have a noticeable impact on the experience of certain people who really like that ASMR thing. And like I said, RZ kind of didn't directly bring the idea up to me, but had made some comment along the lines of, Bali Unc, have you never fallen asleep to Balisong ASMR? And I thought to myself, no, I haven't, and I can't imagine myself wanting to, but I'm sorry, but I mean, what that tells me is that some of you guys, at least RZ, does. And if you do, that means you like the clickety click. And I took notice that you couldn't hear it. So let's see if we can improve that. So that was one change. Change number two was, what was change number two? Change number two. Shoot, I don't remember what the second change was. The third change was me flipping while standing up, me making more use of my standing desk, because it's number one, it's more healthy, but number two, it's actually easier on my carpet and easier on my knees, because I have to like push my chair back pretty aggressively because this is some pretty long carpet. So my chair wheels take a bit to push the chair around, and it's a struggle. Whereas standing up, I can move wherever I need to move with no issues whatsoever. Oh yes, that's right. And the other change, thank you. It's not in my face anymore, so I couldn't remember. The other change was the text. You'll notice up in the top left, I have a, if you're new here, we're a very chill group. Say hi, ask questions. Because over the course of the last like 3 days, I've had at least two people who have dropped in and weren't active flippers and were asking questions. One person subbed out of the whole deal and may very well come back and may have interest in picking up a Bali and learning with us. The other person was just really engaging and was like, that's really cool. Do you have any sharp ones? That's really cool. Can you do a trick? Awesome. Bye. But it was a good experience. But sometimes when I go into those silent sessions afterwards, when I'm watching the video, I see the number of viewers will increase. It might go from, 7 viewers to 9 viewers to 10 viewers. And then after a minute or two of silence, it goes back down to 6 viewers. And I don't know if those are, those potential people who are like, I wonder what he's doing. But I don't want to ask because I don't want people, raging me because, I'm not part of the group or whatever. I simply don't know what people think. So I want to make sure that I am as accessible as possible and that people know how to read the room. So I have this message here now that basically lets everybody know how to read the room, which is the room is full of a bunch of chill people. If you have any questions over what we're talking about or what you're seeing, ask. And we'll talk through it. We'll get you up to speed on things. And if you need to go about your merry way because it's really not for you, no harm, no foul. But thanks for asking the question. So those are the big changes that not big changes. Those are the very minor, hopefully not too abrasive or off-brand. That I decided to kick off this morning, just to again, just promote that that engagement is an option, because not everybody knows that. Some people just drop into a stream and they're like, okay, I have no idea what's going on, or I'm, self-conscious, I'm shy, I like lurking, and there's nothing wrong with that. We can leave the lurkers alone, but it can also serve as a nice reminder to the lurkers that at any point in time, it's just like having a Bali. You may have a Bali that doesn't flip for you. You're just not feeling it. One of my viewers may have a day where they're not feeling like discussing anything. They're not feeling like chiming in. They just want to listen because they may be having a day and they may just need to hear somebody's positive take on something, or need to see Bali Unc's, hot take on something that's going to make the crowd go wild. There's no wrong way to do it. um, but similarly, just like that, there are Bali songs where one day I may not be feeling like I'm going to vibe with Gil at all. So my focus remains on the cheese or on the rep or on the Orion S. Whereas other days I may feel like I am doing something rollover based where those flat edges of a squarer Bala song may really help, in which case I may focus more on the Squiddy U for kind of working out the fundamentals because it's lighter, and then the Mako for drilling down the fundamentals and really making them fundamental for my flipping with the extra weight. But then there may be other times where I can't flip the Mako to save my life, and I would borderline give the Squiddy U away because I don't need it. Similarly, man, I just lost the connection I was making with that. And it was a good connection too. Either way, can't flip wrong, can't engage wrong. You can't participate wrong. If your participation is the act of lurking and just listening, that's cool. All right, let's see. Chat's pretty quiet, which is totally fine. Asking chat, should I pay the extra money for titanium mod Squiddy Al instead of straight up Squiddy Al? I'm curious what people's opinion on that is too. I have always, I don't want to say scoffed at, because it may very well be a visual thing for a lot of people. So I wouldn't say that I've scoffed at the Thai mod hardware, but I've never seen like a benefit to that other than just a small tweak in color variation. Um, but I don't know, maybe because it's titanium hardware, maybe it does add something to the flipping of the Squiddy L. Yeah, so chat, chime in if anybody knows. I'm curious too. LeBreton, how are we doing today? How is the weekend starting out for you, my friend? Um, yeah, how is LeBreton today? Bali Unc is doing well. Bali Unc is off to a good start to the weekend. Um, have a rough week behind me. Have things to do to prep for the week ahead. But with all things, one step at a time, one bite at a time. You know, you can. It's just like a trick. So long as you break it up the right way that works for you on that particular day, which may be different day to day. Um, you can get there. It's a cosmetic difference and a slight mechanical downgrade. Your hardened steel bits will be more likely to strip as the titanium is considered a softer metal. Well, you heard it here from Camaro EE himself. Um, Mostly cosmetic. So there you go, Sticky. You won't really get anything out of it. And as far as, I mean, from Ethan's perspective, it sounds like the hardware is not as, uh, I don't want to say quality because it can be higher quality and not be as durable. So let's say durable. It won't take the wear as well. But I know that for my balisongs, especially the washer balisongs, which the Squiddy L is a washer balisong, I can tell you that me personally, I don't have to mess with the screws on it very much. Like it doesn't tighten, or it doesn't loosen on me. Not that I have the Squiddy L, but like my Mako and my Squiddy U, like it's for me, it's I have them set up very much set it and forget it. So I don't have to go in there and tweak. So I guess take a look at how your ballys work for you and your hand. If after a couple flipping sessions you find yourself regularly needing to tighten stuff up, then the durability of the hardware that you're choosing may have more of a impact on whether or not that's a path for you to go down. Whereas for me, again, I tighten it once, I find where that tune is, and I get everything locked into place, and then I don't have to mess with it again. So for me, um, I wouldn't view the durability of the screws so much as of a downgrade in comparison to the making up your own aesthetically pleasing bally. But yeah, Ethan, thank you very much for the assist on that one. I keep saying it like on this stream alone, I've said it like 3 different times. The fact that everybody just feels so comfortable asking questions, and everybody else within the chat, within our little community we've got going on here, is totally on board with jumping in and providing feedback and answers, suggestions, recommendations. Um, it's wonderful, and everybody keeps saying, oh, uh, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. But the thing is, yeah, you would. You guys have been in the hobby longer than me. You have the ability to be nice and be supportive and be caring. And the only difference is my server, I've told you guys, keep it clean. Everything else though, you guys are bringing to the table yourself, and you guys are good people. I appreciate it. As someone who has snapped a titanium screw, I definitely agree with that. Ha ha. Yeah, Spark, you are building some lore behind you as far as I'm concerned, because you just have some bad day stories with regards to, bad luck with hardware followed by bad luck with hardware. So I'm glad that you tend to find pretty solid days too, where you get stuff like the 100 or 10-year squid trainer. Sick. Stitch, what is going on, Stitch? Welcome to the show. I can't remember. Is this the first time you've been able to drop into one of my streams? I know that I have seen you on Librettons, I believe, and I know that I've seen you on 2-Bits. I don't recall if you have actually made your way over to one of mine, or if we have simply interacted in other people's streams. But welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you're having a great start to the weekend. Hopefully you had a nice week last week, and all is good. Thank you for showing up. Ethan says, I should make it clear it doesn't mean the screws will just disintegrate. You can use them with proper technique, but they are technically softer metal and more prone to stripping. Good call out. Good call out. I mean, it's kind of like getting a CCC Balisong from Amazon. You know, just because it isn't the same quality as something that you would get from Machine Wise or something. I mean, it's serviceable. If it's serviceable, you know, it'll still get the job done. And sometimes screws are the same way. Sometimes you just really want that color to pop, and that takes priority over the durability because you know you're flipping and that durability may not be a factor. LeBreton says, what's up, Stitch? Camaro says, also true, Spark. Titanium is less dense than steel, so you get less weight in that area than you do with steel screws. Oh, okay, very cool. How do you snap a titanium screw? Sup, Stitch? Yes, first one of your streams I've been to. Didn't know you did live streams, but I've seen you in 2-Bits and Librettons. Okay, cool. Well, like I said, welcome to the show. Normally, I like to think that I flip a little bit more than I have been right now, but chat is popping, which is totally fine. So long as you are cool with like me just doing a little bit of chit chat here and there, I will always make it back to the Bally's. So hopefully you're patient with me and you can enjoy the ride, but I do welcome you. We try to have a very, open, fun, friendly, everybody is accepted sort of atmosphere here. So you'll see people drop in to the chat from all walks of life, all over the Balisong hobby. And it's really cool. It's really cool how, regardless of where you're at and regardless of how long you've been doing it, and regardless of who your circles are, and I was like that in high school too. I never really had a circle of my own, but in high school I had at least a portion of every circle within, the spectrum that I could dabble my existence into a little bit. I didn't really feel at home in any of them, but I knew people from each crowd, and this feels very much like that. It's like the melting pot of the Balisong hobby, as far as I'm concerned. And that's really the vibe that I'm trying to put down, is just the whole everybody's welcome thing. So anyway, long-winded way of saying welcome to the show, Stitch. I really appreciate you being here. What do you guys want me to flip? If you want to request something, by all means request something. I am not sure what I want to flip. I'm not feeling the pull for anything specifically right now. My hands are feeling warm now. They're not cold anymore. So I feel I have the dexterity to enjoy just about everything. You want me to let it rip on the rep? Oh, I feel that currently I dabble in every group, but online for Balisongs is where I belong. I feel that. That's where I first felt my first real solid social connection. Yeah. So I can appreciate that, Stitch. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, so I cranked it. Wait, okay, yeah. I love hearing people talk. I do a lot of that. Um, I have some hot takes that people don't appreciate. If you know 2-bit, uh, and you've been, hearing like on his Discord when I showed up there, he welcomed me and made sure everybody knew that they needed to throw hate my way because I don't like cheese, which is an oversimplification of uh, um, my current relationship with cheese. But in general, I'm not a cheese lover. So sometimes you'll have hot takes like that turn into a pretty bonkers stream. Today's so far has been a very chilled stream. The general topic of today's stream, where did it go? General topic of today's stream is meaningful conversations. Because that's what I'm all about. I mean, not only here in streams, but one of the things that, I'm sorry, I asked what you guys wanted me to flip and I still haven't started flipping yet. One of the things that, I'm going to start doing is, interviews with people within the hobby. And when I do, those interviews are going to be, I don't know if they're going to be like flip and talk sessions, but they're going to be more like, sit down, let's have a conversation sort of thing. Um, and yeah, I just think it's going to be a little different. Do it, Ego, cheese is good. Wait, what did Ego say? I'm going to take a bite out of a block of cheese and post it in Discord. Okay, that's fair. You can do that. I said it on stream when I had noted that I don't like cheese. You can't cheese wrong, and I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I just know that I personally don't like cold cheese, for example. There are certain circumstances in which I appreciate, some cheese, but it's always going to be warm cheese. It's always going to be accompanied by something else. And that's about it. Other than that, it's like, you do you. I have no vested interest in your interest of cheese. So my big vibe, my big thing, my big selling point is just, so long as what you like isn't going to hurt me or anybody else, you do you. So long as my way of doing things isn't going to hurt you or anybody else, I'll do me. And from there, just let everybody be. Let everybody be themselves, not BB. Stitch, to answer your question, yes, I have a blue cheese that I refused to glaze forever. I got this for Christmas as well. And I don't think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I was very open about the fact that I did not agree with the rest of the internet, that this is the beginner balisong to buy. That was a ring of shame. But I still liked it. I still enjoyed it. I still liked flipping it. I just felt like, and still do to a certain degree, but we'll get into it. I just felt like the cheese was a good beginner balisong. Yes. Is the cheese a good balisong to specifically to drill tricks on for the purpose of perfecting those tricks? Well, technically speaking, it's a balisong, so it'll flip. So the answer is yes. It's a perfectly fine balisong to learn new tricks on. But if you're working on very technical skills, not tech tricks, but I mean, you are needing to put special attention into very special parts of a trick, and you want to flip the best trainer that you can to really get the most that you can out of that flipping session. Would I say that it's the cheese? No, I wouldn't say that it's the cheese. Logan is back, and Logan says blue cheese. Yes, blue cheese. But would I say that the cheese is the absolute goat of a balisong to really try to, hyper focus on, I'm going to learn all of the things and get LeBreton level good in 7 months? For me personally, I would say the cheese probably isn't it. But everybody is different. If you feel the vibe with the cheese, you can't balisong wrong. If it works for you and you're able to do the things, you're doing it right. But for me, I look at the Teflon Vulp and I look at, you know, the jimping that it has, the grip that it has with the chevrons on the side, all of the things about the Teflon Vulp, on top of the fact that it just sounds so beautiful to listen to. Now that I have this set up, I'll actually turn on the mic and let you guys see if you guys can hear the sound of my Teflon Vulp, because I think it sounds beautiful. But that is what I will pick up if I need to really hone in on one specific trick or one specific style. Like if I'm cranking on ladders, I don't have anything that has better jimping than this. Period, hands down. And I understand the whole like, well, you don't need jimping, you need to work on finger strength. And while that's true, if I am working on ladders while I'm working on finger strength, the jimping will help, and it will become less necessary over time. So it's still, I mean, there's no harm in it being on my specific trainer balisong. So my training balisong right now is the Teflon Vulp, and I love it. Um, let's see. My cheese bite handle shakes so much the blade is touching the inside of it. Any ideas how to fix that? So the first thing I want to say is, I mean, first just try cranking down on the screws because it's a bushinged balisong. You can't over tighten it unless you over tighten it and either strip out the screw or break it. So don't overdo it, but make sure that it is in fact tight. If it is in fact tight, then, you know, do the shake test and see if it's still rattling and stuff. If it is still rattling, then what I would say is watch a couple videos before you do anything, but fully take it apart. Get the handles apart, get the washers out there, get the blade down, get the bushings out, and do a nice thorough cleaning on everything. Not with anything like over aggressive, just get it nice and clean, then get it nice and oiled up, and take a look at the washers when you're getting everything ready to be put back together. You might need to do a once over with the washers with some sandpaper to just clean them up and freshen them up. You might come to the conclusion that the washers look like they've been through the ringer and they're toast. At which point you might need to get some new washers, or it might be an opportunity for you to upgrade your washers if, for example, you're currently running on some bronze washers. It might not be an upgrade. I don't know enough about it, but my brain tells me that it could be an upgrade to change to stainless steel washers. And then, you know, having new washers that'll slightly change the thickness of everything in between the handles. So then pulling out some sandpaper and working down the washer a little bit to really fine tune so everything fits in there perfectly like a glove. I think that would probably be the best course of action. Not necessarily the most quick course of action, but I mean, that thought process right there is why I'm so comfortable and confident and excited about the Bali coming from my wife, because like I said, I know it ticks all the boxes, and everything outside of that is all tune, and tune is just very microscopic incremental adjustments until you get where you need to be. It's finding the right requirements, and that's fun for me. Um, okay. And by all means, I don't know what I'm talking about. So everybody in the chat, if you guys can confirm that what I said is accurate and is a recommendation or a direction that one should follow, I would appreciate it. And if I was wrong, please course correct whomever. I think it was Shticky. Please let Shticky know a better way of doing things if I gave you guys a poor direction. And if so, I apologize. So LeBreton says sand bushings or replace washers. Also fully clean with paper towel or microfiber cloth. Awesome, thanks. Bronze is better for loose tunes. I didn't know that. I thought I made the silly assumption that stainless steel washers were always going to be an improvement upon bronze, but bronze is more malleable, will take an impact better, I'm sure. Will cause less damage, I'm sure. So uh, I could see it going either way. But thanks for the feedback. What ballad song did you get her? No, I didn't get my wife a ballad song. My wife called me into our room on Friday after I got home from work and said, "Hey, I've decided that I want to buy you a ballad song." And I said, "Okay." And she let me know the specs on it so that I could confirm that, yep, it's a channeled aluminum handle design, 440C blade, and on bushings. So I mean, it ticks all the necessary boxes that I need it to tick for me to be able to fine tune it to be a really quality flipper. So I'm excited about it. But yeah, she got me a balisong. I did not get her one. She has enough hobbies. She has no interest in learning how to flip a balisong. Stainless steel doesn't compress. Yeah, and as I'm thinking about it, that's what I mean when I say malleable. It's kind of like why they use gold for fillings in your teeth, especially with the rear teeth versus wanting to use porcelain like you would use on the front teeth, because it's very what's the word? Cosmetic. It's very visual, but it's not very functional. The porcelain, because porcelain will shatter if there's too much pressure put on it. So it looks really nice. So it's fine up front, where you don't do too much active stuff. Whereas the chewing in the back, you want like something like gold, something that is malleable, where if you really crunch down on it, the tooth it's just going to bend, it's going to warp, it's going to, you know, establish itself in your mouth, as opposed to it's going to snap, it's going to crack, it's going to break. Um, okay, so wait, I just joined. What's going on? Um, I don't know what I was saying when you joined. Let me get caught up on chat, and I'll get you caught up on what all we've been talking about. Unless the chat gets you caught up first. LeBreton says, "Hi goes Bally's." Sparks said something and then retracted the message. Oh, okay, that's even better. Um, yeah, I agree. I honestly do love giving people gifts, but I'm not gonna, give somebody a gift that I know that they're not going to like, and that would basically be me buying myself a balisong. If I were to buy a balisong, hand it to my wife, and say, "Here you go, honey," she'd be like, "I don't want this. Why don't you flip it?" And I'd be like, "Thank you, honey." And at that point, I'll just buy it for me and skip the middleman. Steel washers are fine as long as you oil a lot, because if you don't, they'll start eating into your handles. Ooh, that is good to know. I'll stick with whatever washers come with the Bali and only adjust as needed. Bro, random, but I like to mess with my dad by having him or handing him my Bali and asking him to flip, talking about my Kraken. LOL. He usually just laughs and hands it back. What do you mean? Explain, provide a little bit more context, and let me read it again to make sure that I'm following. So I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to tell you what I think that you're saying, and because I don't think I'm right, you let me know what I'm missing. Um, Bro, random, but I like to mess with my dad by handing him my Bally and asking him to flip, talking about my Kraken. He usually just laughs and hands it back. So, are you wanting me to grab a Bally and just start flipping and randomly talking about that Bally? Or are you wanting me to flip while talking about the Kraken, which I don't really have much to say about because I haven't touched one? Or are you just noting, hey, I do this sometimes and it's fun? Because I can appreciate that too. I just want to make sure that you're not asking me to do something and it's going over my head. Yeah, so just let me know, clear up where you're going with that, and I'm right there with you. Ghost Bally says going live on my phone, or once my phone is at 100%. That's awesome. How charged is your phone right now? Are you thinking you got like 10, 15 minutes, or are you an hour or more out? I have no idea how long I'm going to be streaming for. I'm coming up a little over 2.5 hours now, but things seem to be going good. And chat's hanging in there with me. At this point, I have a fair number of lurkers, which I love. I'll do my every now and then lurker love. Anybody that we got out there who's not participating in the chat, I couldn't be more happy to have you um, in chat. Not well. I mean, you're still in chat. You're in the community. I couldn't be happier to have you here. Because honestly, you could be anywhere, you could be doing anything, and for whatever reason, there's something about what you're hearing or what you're seeing, that or what you've seen before, that has you just kind of tuned in and chilling out, and that's cool. I appreciate it. That means there's something good about the vibe, and something good about you. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of what we're doing. Ghost Valleys, you're at 85%, so hopefully that means you got a little bit of time. Like I said, depending on how long I'm going for, I might totally miss it. But again, I mean, based on our chat on your last stream, it sounds like some of your streams are getting quite the attention. So my one view probably wouldn't mean a whole heck of a lot to you. But it was great that I was finally able to drop in on one of your live streams yesterday. I always see them, but they're never at times that I have the availability to hop in and show that support. So I'm glad that I was able to do that for you. All right, I'm going to go so my phone can charge. All right, Ghost Bally's, have yourself a great weekend, and good luck with your stream. Hope it works out. All right, Unc stream or Unc marathon stream. I don't know about a marathon stream. I mean, I've had enough 3-hour streams at this point that I wouldn't necessarily say that they're out of character or um, surprising. Now, if I exceed 3 hours by a sizable margin, then I would say, okay, yeah, let's call it an Unc Marathon stream. But I just simply don't know. I mean, we had 9 people in. At some point, I think we had like 12 or 13. Right now, we're at 5. Um, it just all depends. If I have something to do, I will do it. If I have something to practice, I will practice it. And if I have people in the chat that are that are chatty, I will get into it with the chat. But right now, the chat seems pretty content, which is totally fine. We'll go into lurking mode if we want to, and I can turn on my boom mic and pick up a Bally and just kind of go to town, give you guys some Bally ASMR, and see where we go from there. LeBreton says, I want the snow to go away so I can flip outside without getting my knife wet. Yeah, I can't wait for spring. I like spring. I'm a big spring and fall guy. Summer tends to get too warm for me, and winter tends to get too cold and dry for me. But spring and fall, I truly appreciate, because my favorite temperature is a solid 65 degrees. I'll take 65 degrees any day of the week, because if it's really sunny, you can go out on the water still at 65 degrees. You can wear shorts, you can wear pants, you can wear capris. You can be in whatever you want to be in at 65 degrees and be comfortable. Any thoughts on Refault, Bowie versus Tonto? I'm about to order one. Hey, Sticky, out of curiosity, what is your what kind of runway are you looking at with regards to making your selection and final purchase? Do links work in chat? Um, so theoretically, they may. What are you trying to send a link to, Logan? Or are you at, or is there something you want me to send a link to? But supposedly, I know that I have dropped links in the chat before, and I think that they work. I just don't know if you guys are able to drop links, if they'll work or not. Tonto, any day of the week, personally. I'm still trying to find what I like. Okay, well, I am not going to say anything strongly one way or another because this is the only Thomas Balisong refault that I have at the moment. And very clearly it's a Bowie blade. However, I may be able to speak to and provide a side-by-side comparison with the Thomas Balisong refault, doing a side-by-side with the Tonto and the Bowie, and sharing my opinions on both here in the not too distant future. Not saying that it is happening, not saying when it may happen, but saying that it is an answer that I may be able to provide you, Sticky, live on stream, coming up here in the not too distant future, if you're not in too big a rush. So if the Thomas Balisong refault is something that you are interested in, and you want a little bit more information, a little bit more details, I will most likely be able to set up the perfect stream for you to tune into, to ask your questions, and basically get as much of an experience with it as you can without having been at Blaine's show and getting your hands on it yourself. Yeah, so little spoiler there. Like I said, I have little things in the works. Couple different things in flight. Some of which I can talk about, some of which I can't. And it isn't a can't. It's just a I don't want to over saturate the hype train and then have all of it be like, oh, okay, well, that's just another cool thing that Unc is doing, but he's doing so many cool things that, it's just like it's mid at this point. I don't want it to be like that. I want all of the exciting things to remain exciting. But anytime I get a new Bally, or a Bally to try, or whatever the case may be, yeah, I will share all of that stuff with you when I can, or when I get it. Let's see, what did I miss in chat? Any thoughts on? Okay, so I answered that. Hopefully that was a satisfactory answer for you, Sticky. I enjoy like 85 for real. Really? Is that why you're always wearing like one or two hoodies? Is because you just prefer like a very like higher temperature, like running core temperature? Um, I guess I was like that when I was skinny because there was a time a couple years ago where I literally dropped like 70, 75 pounds. I had like barely any body fat and I was always freezing cold. Um, and I think when I was at that point, I probably would have been, living at the 85 right with you. Do links work in chat? So I think I answered that. I don't know. Butterfly pen, or the Spyderco, I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, I've seen that. That's neat. It's not like a real flipper, but it's a cute thing that technically speaking you can have fun with. Tanto any day of the week. I'm still trying to find what I like. I'm pretty sure Tonto tends to be a little bit more heavy, granted, not by much. Yeah, Stitch, basically the feedback that I've gotten from everybody is, hey, Unc, if you're waiting for Blade Show to pick up your Kraken, that's cool. But if you're planning on picking your Kraken up from Squid Industries table, you're going to be getting a V3 anyways. And the difference between the Tonto and the Bowie and the Kukri are so minor for someone of your and not said in an offensive way, but somebody of my caliber, of my flipping experience, or more notably, lack of flipping experience, I'm not going to notice a weight difference prominently when comparing those three blade types on a live blade. Just simply because my hands, my flipping is not that fine tuned to tell those microscopic differences. Whereas you put it in like the hands of Otokonoko or Banks, and they'll be able to feel differences, weight, hot spots, whatever the case may be that I'm just lost on. So Shiki says, thanks guys. Can't wait to see that, Unc. Can't wait to see what? Ooh, interesting. What's interesting? What's your take on clones? Okay, give me a minute. I'll get back to that. I want to just catch up, make sure everybody's had their comments noted before I go into a deep dive. Gonna be a few years, LOL. What was Bowie and Live Blade are my favorites, but trainers I like but trainers I like Tonto. Gonna be a few years, LOL. What's gonna be a few years? I missed it. I'm so sorry. Oi, personally prefer 30 to 40 degrees. You have got to be talking Celsius, right? You've got to be talking Celsius. Logan says, so it was a butterfly pen. I think you would like. Yeah, I haven't been able to play with it yet. I do believe that I know what you're talking about, and if so, I have wanted one. I have kept an or looked at them from time to time to see if I have the disposable income to justify picking it up. But I'm a pen guy too, and I really take pride when I do carry a pen, and I don't always, but when I do, I really take pride of the pen that I carry, be it one or the other of like a collection of three pens that I like. So I don't see myself putting down one of those pens just to carry around a cheaper sub-quality pen that has a niche little I don't know, ability, trick to flip. In theory, it's really neat, but when I'm at work, when I'm other places, I have one of these with me anyway. So if I really need to flip, I'm going to pull out a real Bali and flip instead of the Bali pen. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have. It is really neat, and I really like Zippy's pen. They have one that will hold a full size pen as opposed to the smaller one, and that looks really cool too. Um, the Weehawk Kraken. I keep forgetting about the Weehawk. I said Kukri earlier, and I don't think I meant it. The Weehawk was the other one. Uh, so the Weehawk Kraken here is noticeably different. I've heard balance-wise, but Bowie and Tonto are pretty much the same. Okay, got it. And I don't see myself, like, I'm not drawn to the Weehawk personally. Like I said before, I would never have a Bally or be offered to flip a Bally and be like, no, I'm not feeling it. Like, I'll always flip a Bally. I mean, you can hand me like a double-edged Bally and I'll flip it. I'll try because I have done rollovers like yeah, it's still called a rollover. I can't imagine what it would be called just around a single finger. But I have intentionally done that in such a way that I'm only on the handles and that my finger doesn't touch the blade. So I think with enough practice, I could technically at least get a rollover with one of those double-edged ones. So even then, I don't see myself ever being in a position where I would be offered an opportunity to flip Bali, and I would say no, I'm good, thanks though. But I can say that the Weehawk is not a blade style that I have historically looked at and thought I'm going to seek out an opportunity to give that a shot, like like I do with Bert, or like I do with, or like I will with the Orion V2 um, reverse Tanto blade, which is the same blade they had on the V1 and the Beta. Uh, it's just a sick looking Rev Tanto. Okay. Your side by side, wait, your side by side video idea. Oh, I know what you were talking about. I was being playful because I wasn't saying that I was doing anything. I might be a little bluntly implying that something might be in the works, but I am neither confirming nor denying whether or not I will be able to provide you with sub quality flipping content, but over the top streaming quality side by side compare. We'll see. Okay. Um, no American degrees Fahrenheit. Really? So you'll take 30 to 40 degrees. So you appreciate a chilled evening. Okay. I mean, you do you. I will not judge. I will not talk disparagingly on anybody for what makes them comfortable. And if you're comfortable at a 30 to 40 degree, solid. I mean, you do you. I'm happy for you. Now's the perfect time of year, I think, depending on where you're at. Maybe you're living your best life right now. If that's the case, I'm happy for you. I want a Bali pen. I want a Bali pen too. I'm not really actively on the lookout for one. And even if I found one, I probably wouldn't get one right now, even if I had the opportunity, because I'm way too focused on like the legitimate, I want to learn these tricks. And the Bali pen is just, it's a neat thing, but it's not something that I'm going to, break the ceiling on any, unlock any new talents with it. Um, Weehawk, in my opinion, is kind of ugly. I'm not going to disagree with you. I mean, but I also wouldn't disagree with somebody who said that in their opinion the Weehawk is amazing. That's the beauty of starting with, in my opinion, is you can't be wrong from there. You're just sharing with us your take, and so long as you're comfortable letting somebody else hold on to their own personal take, and they're comfortable letting you have your opinion, just let people be people. So yeah, it's totally fine that you're not a fan of the Weehawk. Just like our friend who I don't think is in chat right now, but AMA is a frequenter of the stream, and definitely does like the Weehawk. So to each their own. LeBreton says you should learn behind the eight ball on the bite handle into chap. LOL, mainly joking. Yeah, because yeah, no, I mean that falls on in line with 2 days ago when we were talking about the pain and struggle of learning the um, Ring of Shame Chaplain and whether it's really worth it. Uh, I'm not there yet. I don't need to do that. Maybe once I get a little bit better, once I build up those calluses, we'll see. Um, my last question about my purchases. It doesn't have to be your last question. I was about to buy the pallet from Forge, Any better suggestions for good plastic? Frank P is still not available. Hey, one thing you might want to check with regards to the Frank P though is you probably can get the Frank P from Artsy's site because Artsy has her own stash of the Frank P's that actually have a pretty cool looking black and purple flame design on the tie inserts. Um, Let me see if I can pull it up and see if she does still have them available. And I want to say the price is right too. Yeah, so the Frank Inferno, $39.99. They look to be available. All packages ordered between, oh, we're in February, so that doesn't matter. And Artsy has, it looks like all of them are available. So you have a black Frank P, a white Frank P, and of the black ones, you can have either a black titanium badge that has blue to purple fade flame, or you can have a bluish, whitish fade badge that has kind of a goldish looking flame on it, if you followed any of that. Let's see. LeBreton, you should learn, but it's a new trick, but it is a trick. Frank P is discontinued. Ah, but I know things. Uh, See, I mean, this is a and in no way, shape, or form is this like a see, kids, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But this is a prime example of where like somebody relatively new to the show, i.e., me, is able to let you guys know who have been out and about doing this thing for a bit. That yeah, just because the Frank P is discontinued, Artsy's stock is a little bit different than the way that LDY handles theirs. So, Artsy has them available for 40 bucks. And personally, I think they look pretty sick with the flame on the side of them. So, yeah, Sticky, if you want a link to that, I don't know if you know who Artsy is, if you have Artsy Flips's, store website or not, if you know how to get it. But if you have any troubles, if you do end up deciding that you want to try your hand at the Frank P, it sounds like everybody is in agreement that it is one of, if not the best plastic trainer you can get your hands on. But if you decide that that's the route you want to go and you're struggling in finding it, let me know. I can send you a link over to Artsy's shop. I also love the stitched steel alien blade shape recurve Tonto. I haven't seen it. I'll check it out. I'm a northern boy. I'm a northern-ish boy. I'm not a that northern boy. I can appreciate myself a nice trek out in the woods. I could appreciate crossing a stream here and there. And I can appreciate chilly campfires. I'm too old to be outside in the snow. That's where it's at for me. That's why for me it's like, anywhere between 55 and 75, I'm probably going to find a very comfortable spot, and that's where I like things. Also, the NRB Nemesis has that blade shape. Cool. Frank Inferno says Reef. Yep. Wow, thank you, says Sticky. Stitch says, does anyone got a suggestion on a Balisong sheath? So what I did, Stitch, is I made my own using paracord. Let me get back so I can actually see what I'm doing. So I made my own using paracord and I just braided it together. I don't know if you do anything with paracord, have paracord laying around, have made bracelets or anything like that. I'm not a big paracord fan. One of my hobbies before I got into balisong flipping was, playing around with paracords. Like this bracelet is one that I made, for example. I just braided that. Not just, but I braided that. So that's an example of stuff that I would do with paracord. And I had seen that somebody had a little pouch for their balisong, and I figured, okay, I want to make one of those. Since then, though, someone has sent me a link with instructions on how to do it correctly. Yeah, if you have the stuff that you need and you're interested in doing a little paracord braiding session to make your own little pocket slip, let me know, and I will find a way to get you the link that was shared with me so that you can follow the directions and make one for yourself. I'm considering selling my big Bali case and buying a squid leather case. I really want one of those squid shoulder cases before I go to Blade Show. I mean, I need the case, which I have, to go to Blade Show for like airport security and all that stuff. But when walking or while at Blade Show, I want to have, one of those slings that I can just, it's just really sick. Shticky said something, but then removed it before I had I was literally about to read it and it went away. Stitch, get the Bali bucket from Jimpy Designs. I was going to make one out of wood. It's so complicated. So, yeah, I can't imagine trying to make, I mean, the closest to making my own balisong that I can imagine, putting myself in your shoes, is the 3D printed one, because I have a 3D printer. I've lucked out in finding 2 or 3 files that result in a really quality 3D printed balisong. Some that are 100% printable, except that you have the ability to put like stainless steel weights in the blade and in the handles. And then some that don't have adjustable weight, but instead make use of the spare hardware that comes with existing Balis that you already own. But again, like totally flippable balisongs that were just simply 3D printed. That's the closest that I have come to what I would say is making one. But I know that that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about making something out of wood. I just wanted to know if Frank P is better than the palette. People are probably going to have opinions. What I will say is at least what I have seen in people's discussions about both of them, I haven't seen a side-by-side. I think Ethan might have done a discussion on plastic balisongs and how they kind of rank amongst themselves. But I don't know that I've ever seen anybody do like a side-by-side palette versus the Frank. So I wouldn't say that there is necessarily a definitive competition winner between the two. What I will say is that there is a lot more content out there about the Frank P, and there is a Frank P out there in a lot more Bali cases than the palette, I think. That said, if I could only pick one, I would personally go with the palette simply because I like the idea of being able to super customize my own Bali. And they have a lot of really awesome color options, whereas the Frank doesn't have very many color options at all. So that's my hot take. I've heard some use the cord in the pivots to tighten screws. With paracord, yeah. There are a couple different tricks that I have heard over the months on how to deal with screws that keep coming loose. You have your Loctite, you have your Teflon tape, you have the paracord core string, and I think those are mainly it. I think I've heard somebody say super glue before, but I advise against it. And Stitch says, "Oh nah, I was just talking about the sheath, but the 3D printing balisongs are pretty cool." Yep, yep. I'm a big fan of balisongs. I'm a big fan of 3D printing, and like I said, I have the material from my paracord days in that hobby, just kind of sitting there collecting dust. So I saw an opportunity to make use of it, and I did, and it's pretty cool. But that was just me because I had the materials and had the interest. You do you, absolutely. Um, Let me check a couple things. I'm gonna just keep on doing that periodically. Check a couple things. All right. Let's You guys have been so patient with me. We got 8 people. Oh, RZ, how was your brother's birthday? Hopefully you were able to have a good time yesterday. Sounds like you're prefacing this by saying just stopping in and that you have to leave, which if that's the case, thank you for taking the time to stop in to say hi. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. Hope you have a great day. Hope you are having and continue to have an awesome weekend, my friend. Um, you know, have fun. Thanks for stopping in. All right. Well, I think because Chad is not all too chatty right now, which again, totally fine. We're over 3 hours, so we're already at a long stream, but we got 8 people in lurk state again. That's a perfectly good state to be in. We'll give the ASMR a shot. So I'll turn on the boom mic, and we'll get to do some silent flipping. If you guys dig it, cool. If you guys want me to, interact with the chat, you want to start jumping in and tossing some stuff out in the chat, you are more than welcome to do so. But instead, you just want to, be here and be part of the vibe. You are more than welcome to sit back and relax, enjoy the sounds of mid flipping from the Midwest. Duran Duran vocals. Oh, we have played songs on stream before. Stream did introduce me to Blade, so we have listened to Hotel Breakfast on stream before. I had felt at the time that it was necessary to get Hotel Breakfast out of my head. So then I taught Stream a thing or two about quality 80s music. And then yeah, I mean we've done some things. Reef, you've been around for a bit. Like I said, you're not in every stream, but you were in some of the early ones, I want to say, and I've seen you in other streams as well. I don't know if you ever go back to the ones that you miss, but what I can tell you with certainty is that every single one of the streams that I have out there, I have left up because it was an enjoyable stream. It was an enjoyable event, whether it be a couple good jokes that came out of it, or just bonkers stuff, listening to music and just everybody cracking up. So I will definitely advise you, if you haven't in the past, um, go back and watch some of my past streams. The more recent ones, definitely. So I would start most recent and work your way to the oldest would be what I would recommend. But if you're ever in need of quality content, Bali content to watch, not to toot my own horn because it isn't my horn that I'm tooting. It's actually like everybody that we have here in chat. My streams are so fun and engaging because I literally have the best chats uh, in the ballad song hobby. Nobody has better chat uh, uh, quality, caliber, participation, engagement, and care, community support that my chat does. I mean, we just surrounded by great people. So Reef, if you've been around but haven't really been paying attention a whole lot, it may behoove you to go back and watch some of the other ones because we do really have a great. Oh, you watch most of them? Awesome. That is really cool. I love to hear that. That probably makes you one of my either one of my lurkers or one of my, like I said, most people probably watch most of my live streams after the fact. And if you're one of those, I've said it before in many videos. You're probably familiar with it by now. You're still part of the community. You're still part of what I am doing, even if you're not participating with it live on stream. You know, if you're getting anything out of what I'm spitting out, if you find any appreciation in it, if you enjoy watching me, you know, learn new tricks, or any of the little nuggets of Bali Unc wisdom that I drop on occasion, you're part of what we're doing. You're part of you know, what I'm trying to put out there. You know, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mostly when they finished streaming. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad. That makes me happy. I know that people watch it. I just never know who watches it. So knowing that you watch it does make me feel good because I know that, you know, you're one of those quality supporters, you know, of the community, and that's really cool. So. All right. Yeah, so I have a couple things coming their way to me at some point in time, and it's pretty exciting because I've been saying for a while um, that if I get something in the mail here, I'm going to turn this off for a bit. I know I said I was going to flip and give you guys some clickety clackety, but so long as you guys have something to listen to, whether that be the clickety clack or whether that be my ramble, I think I'm covering the bases of being a present host. So I'll just keep on doing what I'm doing. I liked your positive vibes. Thank you very much. Thank you. I mean that is truly what I'm trying to do. I enjoy flipping. I enjoy ballad songs. I enjoy, you know, the community. I enjoy all that stuff. But really, I mean, what it boils down to for me is very much the vibes. It is the atmosphere, the ensuring that that people have some place to go that is free of the stress and the drama and the needing to be perfect or needing to be agreeable or needing to understand. You know, because you're not going to understand some things, and that's okay. This is one of those areas where, you know, you don't need to know. Like when I say this is one of those areas, my grouping of people, the Bali Unc Friends space, you know, my Discord, you know, that's one of those areas where, you know, you can be there and you may not understand where somebody's coming from, but so long as you're willing to just let them be who they are, whether you understand it or not, and that's all I ask is wanting to understand is admirable. Trying to understand is admirable, but you're not going to understand all the time. Sometimes, you know, I was just talking about it with someone the other day. You know, there is a type of visualization scale, and I can't think of the condition. I can't think of any of the names about it, but basically, it's a 1 through 5 scale on if a person were to visualize an apple, how realistic is their internal depiction of the apple? Is it very hyper attention to detail where you can see the the uh, the surface of each, like the skin of the apple, the leaf of the apple, the caterpillar, and all of the infinite legs. Um, and then the other side of that spectrum is, I'm just making sure I'm not seeing that somebody's leaving. Okay, nope, I'm not. And the other side of that spectrum is nothing, just an empty void. And between there is like, you know, a sloppy drawing, like a black and white drawing, a pretty good drawing, and then, like I said, nothing, and then the hyper realistic apple. And what this scale does is visually represent, uh, at least to a certain degree, how some people visualize in their head. Because some people, if you say, "Hey, imagine an apple," they may see an apple in their head, and but it's a black and white image. Like they don't visually see colors. Some people may look at it and be like, imagine an apple, and they can visualize like the specific colors on the spots that make up the red or the green of the apple right around the top of the core where the stem comes out. Whereas you, on the complete other side of the spectrum, you have some people that when you say apple, they visualize the word or the letters APPLE. Like there is no visual uh, representation of the apple. Um, yeah. So crap. Where did I leave off? Why was I going down that path? Crap. I lost my train of thought, and I don't know why I was talking about that. But yeah, really, I mean, at the end of the day, my stance on things is, regardless of what's going on, like try to put a, not try to put a positive spin on it. Like I joke around, everybody jokes around about how Bali Unc glazes everybody. I glaze the entire community. Like I will, if you bring a situation to me that you're in and you can't do anything about, I will do my best to explain to you how you can make the best out of that situation. I'm not going to knock it out of the park every time. There are some situations that are just going to be buns, but I am pretty good at putting a positive spin on stuff. Um, so anyway, um, okay, lots of chatting to catch up on, but I think it's all just a quick run through. So this should be quick. Can we get Bali Unc singing sessions? You don't want them? Yeah, I watch all the streams mostly. Again, I can't tell you how cool that is to hear, because it is. I mean, it's just like who. It's just like Logan. If Logan is still in the chat, I think. Uh, if Logan is still in the chat, it's just like Logan, and the fact that they just kind of dropped in on one of the streams. Don't think that they were a ballet flipper, and just started asking some questions and felt the vibe and subbed and came back and was, I mean, just really cool. So yeah, singing sessions, not so much. Um, just positive sort of vibey atmosphere. Yeah, I got your back. I would say every day of the week, but I can't do that. I got your back at least Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and Saturdays at noon Eastern Standard Time. Um, all right. Like your positive vibes. Thank you so much. I was flipping with a homie for a little bit and I'm back. All right. Well, I'm glad you had the opportunity to flip with somebody else. It's always fun to flip as a collective, as a community. Um, You know, my way of doing that is putting on somebody's video or somebody's live stream and flipping while I'm watching it. You know, they don't know that I'm flipping with them, but you know, I do. And on the same accord, anytime I'm streaming and I'm flipping, any of you all who are flipping along with me, it's the same thing. I see Wavy showed up. Hi, Wavy, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Saturday and a nice start to the weekend. Hope last week turned out to be pretty good. And flipping is fun to watch and flip along. I agree. Honestly, Reef, I think I've said it before. That's honestly probably the reason. I mean, not today. Today's was a scheduled stream, but I would say over the last 7 days, I've probably streamed 8 times. I think I've streamed every single day for the last 7 days. And that's simply because when everything has settled down, our house is quiet, nobody needs me for anything, and I'm just in my office streaming, or not streaming, flipping, like getting some dedicated practice in. I'm getting that practice and thinking to myself, man, I wish that there was some content that I could be watching right now that's Balisong related. And then I sit back and say, okay, well, that's kind of what I do. I am a content creator and I live stream, and it takes nothing for me to just set record and start flipping. Speaking of which, I should start flipping. And so that's what I've been doing. And because of that, I find myself flipping almost on a daily basis. And for the last week, it has been on a daily basis because it's just so easy to do. All right, almost caught up in chat, and then we'll turn on the boom mic and get some ASMR flipping in for you guys. We'll just keep going back and forth between chit chat and flipping. Because again, I kind of went into this one not with any talking notes other than my generalized things. So maybe we'll flip flop between 3 things. Just the flipping ASMR, the chat and what's going on there, what we're having on conversation, and then my generalized topic, which was again, what was it? Meaningful conversations. All right. So let's get caught up on chat. Positive vibes, fun to watch. Flipping while watching stream is fun. What's up, everyone? LeBreton always. What's up? Hey, Wavy, Sticky. Flipping day is the best way to improve for real. Or flipping daily is the best way to improve for real. Oh no, consistency is key for real. And in no way, shape, or form do I imply that I do not or would not be flipping every single day. I'm just implying that while I flip every single day, I don't need to go live with every single flipping session, even though I think that a lot of people appreciate it. A lot of people like having something to tune into and watch and flip with, and that I enjoy having the ability to give you guys somebody to do your practice with. But as noted, as teased, as hinted, I have a lot of things that are kind of in the works, whether it be my regular streams, which I'm committed to Wednesdays at 8 and Saturdays at noon Eastern Standard Time. Videos dropping, which at some point I'm going to be doing. It's just most of my content is live streaming because that's how I get the positive stuff out there, is with my talking notes versus a full. But I could go through the streams and edit them into digestible video content too. So that's something I'm thinking about. I have to learn how to edit because I hate editing, so I've been avoiding editing. But the biggest one is I'm going to start doing interviews. I keep saying interviews, but really it's not. I'm not going to be asking 20 questions to anybody. I'm going to start having meaningful conversations with people in the Balisong hobby. And if I'm going to be doing that, and I'm going to be recording that, and I'm going to be putting out content for that, I'm going to need to learn how to edit, because I'm not going to put something out that puts someone that I respect and look up to in bad light because I didn't take the time to edit something correctly. So while it's not going to be the best editing, it's going to be the best that I have to put whoever I'm talking to in good light with the community. So I think that gets us caught up with everything. So yes, I do flip daily. I'm just not going to be streaming my practice daily anymore. So let's, and I know I've said that before, and then I went a solid week streaming every single day. We'll see what happens. Let's do some ASMR. What's going on, Cruz? How are we doing today? How are we doing today? Are you off to a good start of the weekend? Have we had a productive day thus far? Did you end last week on a good note? I mean, I know to a certain degree you had to have ended last week on a good note because you were in chat on my stream, and it was a quality stream. So you know, you had to have enjoyed that. But hopefully it only got better from there. Man, I can tell you this microphone does not pick up the Orion sound nearly as well as it picks up the rep. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I do. Ugh. And it does really good with the Hellbender, or Hellbent. I'm doing good, good weekend. Nice. Glad to hear it. Ooh, that was a ring of shame that somehow did not cut me. And I will take it. I will take the lack of unintentional pain. Let's try the Mako. How long, LOL? How long what? Oh, how long has it been since you got a nick? I stabbed my foot yesterday morning before I had to go off to work. It wasn't bad. It was just like a little pin's prick of blood. But, I mean, it fell and bounced and tagged the arch of my foot, so that wasn't overly comfortable. But in all honesty, as far as like when is the last time I drew blood in actual flipping of a live blade, it's only happened once. I've cut myself with, and I've only done it. So, Stitch, to answer your question, yes, I do have some live blades. I have my Bali Plus rep right here, and that is with a scorpion tipped Tonto blade. And then I have my Orion V1.5, LDY Orion V1.5 Christmas edition. Both of which are sharp, neither of which are exceptionally, like, they're not scalpel sharp, but they are, I mean, they are sharp. I have not cut myself with the Orion 1.5 yet. I have cut myself twice with the rep. One time while flipping it, and it was like very early into my days of flipping the rep, and man, those handles just carry so much momentum. There's a lot of heft in each of those handles with the liners, the way that they are on the rep. So it was just a lot of handle momentum that slammed into the blade, that slammed into my finger and caused a cut. The only other time though, I was actually using my rep to pry something away from a piece of plastic in a way that I shouldn't have been doing. It was really dumb. And the Bali slipped and sliced across my finger. And that was the worst of the Bali cuts that I've got to date. And that one, it was me not respecting the balisong and using it the way that it was designed to be used. So that was a total L on my part, and I definitely lesson learned. But yeah, I don't kind of go bonkers on the flipping when I'm doing the live blade, because where I'm going to really get risky is going to be, I'm going to pull out a trainer for that. It just, not everybody does that. LeBreton, for example, loves learning on a live blade, as does 2-Bit and plenty of others. But my stance on it is, if I have the opportunity to pull out a trainer in a situation where a trainer is a more appropriate tool, right? Because that's really all these are, is tools. For me, all these are is tools for my flow art. And I can use a live blade just as well as I can use a trainer for my flow art. And because I've only been doing it 7 months, as I improve, as I get better, as I get more proficient, my preferences will change. And as they do, I'll reassess, and maybe my opinions will change. But one opinion that won't change is the fact that, again, I mean, this is something that you're doing for you. So, you do you. If you want to flip a live blade, flip a live blade. If you legally can't and you have to flip a trainer, flip a trainer. So long as you're flipping, you're doing it right. So do I have any live blades? Yep. Sometimes it's pretty bad. Yep. Pretty much a little one at least every day. Okay, LeBreton. Thankfully, I don't. I do not. 2-Bit only has live blades. So, right. But I respect that. I mean, 2-Bit knows what he likes, but 2-Bit has been doing this. I mean, there's so much lore about 2-Bit that I haven't even scratched the surface, I know. But what I do know is that 2-Bit has been doing this for a very, 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 very long time. And because of that, 2-Bit is exceptionally good and exceptionally knowledgeable, and I very much respect him for it. Barfly, but doesn't flip them. Wait, what? Oh, does 2-Bit have a barfly? Is that what you're saying, LeBreton? Okay, 11 plus years. He's the GOAT, started on live streams. I totally believe it. Absolutely believe it. Which was why I felt really silly on stream a couple days ago for a moment, because I thought that I had made a mistake, but based on how much you hype him up, I thought that he had said, or I had made a comment about how he was, legendary, and he made a comment back like, "What are you talking about? Nobody knows who I am," and I was kind of thrown off a little bit, because it's like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know who you are, and I think he was just pulling my chain, or trying to be humble. But yeah, I mean, 2-Bit is yeah, I mean, just quality content, and the stream yesterday that he did with Dog was just so. I mean, it hurt my brain trying to wrap my head around how you can watch a trick, or have somebody, sometimes not even watch a trick, just have somebody talk through, do this and this and this. Oh, like this and this and this? Yes. Cool, done. Next. Like, I'll get there, but it's going to be a bit. I'm definitely not going to get there quickly. That was a ring of shame. I'm pretty sure 2-Bit has been flipping for like 12 years or so. Dog's pretty good. I'm not too surprised he could do that. Yeah, I agree. What really got me my first cut was a ring of shame. That would be a rough first cut. Not gonna lie. If my first cut would have been the ring of shame and it was early into my flipping, that might be enough to deter me. Again, all depending on how bad the cut was and how early into my flipping it was. If I hadn't fully felt the bite of from a 0G to, so that's got some pull on it. That sucks. Oh man, that's a bummer. But yeah, dog is so good. I'm not surprised that he could do that. I'm not surprised that he could do that either. What I am surprised to hear is that he hasn't even been flipping for a year. Because like I wasn't joking. He is one of the first people that I actively took note of seeing them pop up again and again and again. I saw Dog pretty consistently pop up in my feed, and I saw LeBreton pretty consistently popping up in my feed. And those two I very quickly took note of, and we're seeing quite a bit. And I now know why I was taking note of them, even though I wasn't understanding it at the time. It's because they're both just such naturally talented flippers that the practice that they're putting in is like 5% learning something new, 5% smoothing out the edges, and 90% just natural talent. And in no way, shape, or form, LeBreton, do I say that, number one, to glaze you unjustly. But I also don't say that to discount any hard work that you put in. I don't mean to say, oh, well, 10% of the work is hard work and the rest of the 90% is just because you're so darn good. I don't want to imply that you're not working your butt off, because I know that you are. I'm just noting that for you flipping as long as you have, and Dog flipping for as short as they have, just absolutely blown away by how good people in the hobby really are. And super excited now that I'm 7 months in and finally pulling myself up from the bootstraps, saying, okay, now it's time to actually learn this stuff. I'm excited to see where I'm going to be going. So let's catch up in chat. That was a little wordy. Sorry about that. 11 plus years. He's the GOAT. Started on Live Blades. I'm pretty sure 2-Bit's been flipping for like, okay, yeah, the Dog's pretty, yep. My first cut was a Ring of Shame on a 0G. It was deep. Ouch. Only time I screwed up most of the time is the Ring of Shame. That's going to be fun. Yep. You got to learn fast, Stitch. Nothing about my flipping was natural. Really? Man, I find that so hard to comprehend. Because, I mean, you just like 2-Bit and just like Dog, you just seem to, like somebody tells you a trick, it doesn't even seem like they have to show you something. But if it's like somebody tells you something almost like, Rubik's Cube notation, you just hear, reverse chap, finger, I don't know. I can't name off stuff off the top of my head, but you're told like 3 consecutive tricks and you're like, doot, 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 like that. And it's like, yeah, like that. I mean, you're good. Nothing about my flipping was natural. Gonna be a fun ride, but I'm super excited for my Live Blades to show up. Very cool. I put so much into everything. I believe it, LeBreton. I really do. And again, in no way, shape, or form do I ever want you to feel like I'm glazing because I glaze everybody. I don't want you to feel like any of the encouragement or exclamation of being impressed is ever just me, going through the motions because I'm nice to everybody. I truly do think that you are an amazing flipper, and the fact that you haven't even been doing it for 3 years yet, I can't imagine where you're going to be when you're in two-bit shoes, any more so than I can imagine where two-bit is going to be, 9 years down the road. It's a great time to be in the ballad song hobby for me right now, just simply because it seems like a very chill, very welcoming, very comfortable environment to be in. And we have so many people that seem to be on the up and coming. I can probably mute this. So many people that seem to be on the up and coming, or have been around but not around as long as others, and are I don't know if people are getting more noticed or if maybe it's just I'm noticing more, but it's a fun time to start noticing more. That I can at least say. Um, I had to crawl my way up, lol. And you have been doing so, my friend. I'm very proud of you and what you have been accomplishing. Cruz says, I think I've only got 2 rings of shame, one on a thumb chap, seemingly recently or semi recently, and a normal chap when I first got my live. Thankfully, I have done a ring of shame once, but the way that I tend to do chaplains is pretty easy going on the fingers. Um, I put well, if I'm just doing a single chaplain, I'll put most of the effort on the handles and kind of just float everything around my finger, so that if I ever needed to kind of in the last second as I'm seeing what's happening, bump away and not cut myself on a ring of shame, I'm kind of familiar with how it feels to kind of, you know, avoid the blade touching your finger, even though, it can, just simply because, technically speaking, you can do a single chaplain without, on the bite side, without cutting yourself if you have, uh, you know, the momentum going right and your timing is good. Um, okay, yep, already said that. I had to learn something, or I had to learn everything, every little thing. It finally started to make sense. Stitch says, I think the best thing about the balisong hobby is that everyone is willing to teach people how to do different things. True. For real, Stitch, the hobby is super friendly. I agree. I would say the funny thing is, I mean, I've kind of been saying it low key for a while. And this stream is a prime example of what I mean by it. And it'll make sense here in a second. But for me, my love of the balisong hobby is not in the trick that's being learned, and though that is important, that is fun. It's not in the bally that's being flipped, though that is neat and that's nice to know the story of. But instead, it's in the person who is holding the bally, the flipper themselves. So not the trick, not the flip, but the flipper. That I think is what makes the balisong hobby so special, because each of those flippers, each of those individuals that are holding onto the bally, are doing something really amazing, whether it be for themselves, whether it be for personal recognition, feeling seen in a world where they otherwise feel neglected or ignored. I mean, whatever the case may be, whatever brought you to the hobby and have you doing what it is that you're doing, that's why I wanted to create the space that I have, is for, those people that, just want to put their stuff out there and have somebody like it, have somebody subscribe, have somebody follow them, have somebody care about the content that they're putting out. Because it's not really hard to do, but it's one of those acts that can really make somebody's day. So yeah, I would say, and the reason why I say, today's stream is a prime example. You're tuned into a ballad song. Like, my name is Bali Unc. This is a ballad song related YouTube channel where almost this entire stream, other than testing out the ASMR mic, I've been doing very little flipping and very much talking. And this is the longest stream we've done yet. We are going to hit 4 hours, there's no doubt. Which is what three's been asking for. So it's like, we'll just keep on going. I haven't even gotten to the, okay, let's turn on the ASMR and just roll through my combo with all of these. That could easily get us another 45 minutes if you guys were active lurkers as opposed to, engaged participants in the dialogue. So, I mean, it's just crazy. We can go for as long as you guys want. And the funny thing is, when I go back and I like watch you guys and your stuff, all of you guys are so incredibly good. It doesn't, it really, it hasn't become clear to me on why you guys come and watch me and tune in and hang out with me while I'm learning my stuff, because you guys are such good flippers. Even the ones of you who don't think that you are really, really, really good flippers, and I love watching the stuff that you do. And I struggle. My flipping is buns. I love it. It is mine. I'm improving. I am getting better every day. I am in no way, shape, or form disparaging myself. But yeah, I truly don't understand what draws you guys to Bali Unc's channel when my flipping is so bad in comparison. Though, now that I know the whole stream or screen record thing, and now that I am hyper focused on let's learn new tricks and not let's keep mindlessly flipping the same way that I've been doing for 7 months, I do think that I am going to improve. I do think that I'm going to get better, and I do think I'm going to do so relatively quickly. I mean, I'm not going to be Banks level by a Blade Show. I'm not going to be Banks level ever. But yeah, that's Bali Unc's take at the moment. I feel that for my Instagram, I'm trash, and yet I average 2,000 views a video. Well, I mean, don't feel that you're trash regardless. Like, even if you have a bad clip, uh, I would venture to say, like, one of the things that I say at work, because I deal with when things don't go right, I help kind of connect all the dots so that everybody knows what's going on and we have the right people in the room to have the conversations that we need to have. Wait, what did I just see? Okay. But one of the things that I'm always saying is, when you're practicing, oh, okay. Well, let's start with the work thing. One of the things that I say is, when you live in a world of um, problem reporting, you're always going to hear about what isn't working right and what could be working better. But if you take a step back and you look at the entire thing, whatever the thing may be, you may learn that 95% of everything is firing on all cylinders, never needs to be looked at, never needs to be touched. It's flawless. It's just this 5% over here where we need to actively do something to keep it up and running. And that means that you have 90% efficiency and 10% that you need to do something with. That means you only need to actively focus on that 10%. It's kind of like when I was working on the combo yesterday. I had made a comment on the fact that it kind of sucks when you get 90% of the way through a combo, and then you get to the last bit of the combo and it falls apart. And sometimes you got to take a step back and remind yourself that, that first 90% was really, really good, and it shouldn't be overshadowed by a buns ending. All right. I have been on a rant. I'm sorry. Let's catch up with chat. Um, so I think the best thing about the ballad song hobby is everyone is willing to teach other people how to do different things. True. Stitch, the hobby is super friendly. I just hit 50 subs on my channel. Nice job, Silas. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. It reminds me of skateboarding, but more accessible, and you obviously don't ride it. LOL. Very true. Do a 24-hour stream, Silas. Yeah, a celebratory stream, 24 hours. Go. Thank you. I don't know. I'm a try stream. Stitch says, I feel that for my Instagram, I'm trash, yet I average 2,000 views per vid. I also wouldn't recommend, I mean, it all depends on what you're shooting for. If what you're shooting for is views and numbers and all that stuff, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. If you don't care about that and really what you want to do is you want to find like the quality people, the community, like that's what you're in it for. That props to you on getting 2,000 because I'm lucky. Like my top uh, my top post right now. Ouch! Oh my back. My top post right now, I believe, if it isn't my cat, it's the one where I'm asking how. Yeah, it's the one where I'm asking how do you carry your ballad song, and it's got 1,248 hearts and 51 comments. It has been seen. How do you get to? I don't know. I don't know. It's been seen a bunch, but the funny thing is, I still keep getting notified every couple of days that it has a new like or a new comment. And I can't tell you how many times throughout every single day I think to myself, I want to go and I want to delete that. Because sometimes I'll get a comment on it that's like some guy with an eyepiece that says, "All right, chap," or one where somebody's pulling a thing and it says, this one's a gem. And honestly, I don't know if those are like, real, like I agree with you, or if those are like, cringe, yeah, okay, Unc, you do you, but you're embarrassing yourself. I have no idea. And it frustrates me. So I really toy around with deleting the ones that actually do get a lot of views, just simply because I can't get out of my own head on what some of those responses mean. Um, let's see. So Silas is going to try to stream. Silas, correct me if I'm wrong. You haven't streamed yet, have you? If you streamed, would this be your first one? Stitch says, I feel that my Instagram... Oh, I keep reading that again. I have so many bad clips, LOL. I'm talking about the out of frame one. Oh, the one where you landed the blindfolded giraffe? I'm thinking about doing a post today. Cool. Yo, chat, I'm getting a tripod for filming and I'm hyped. That is cool, LeBreton. What's going Spark says, let's go, Youngblood. Nah, I personally don't really care about the numbers. It's more or so I'm not that good, and yet people watch the entire video. Well, good. I mean, that means that you're getting a pretty solid, pretty quality reception from the ballad song community, which is something to be happy about. I mean, not everybody does. I too got a very, very warm and welcoming, arms wide open kind of reception from the ballad song community, and people just keep showing up and enjoying the vibe that I'm putting down, and I couldn't be happier. I'm gonna keep doing it, and so long as people show up, I'll have something to do it for. So it's pretty awesome. My top post on Instagram is 14,000 views and 400 likes. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, wait, 14,000 views. I wonder, how do I figure out how many views? Let me see. Let me check again. So it's 1,248 likes, 51 comments, but I don't know. I don't know how many views. So we'll figure that out later. Oh, just a minute. Let me see something real quick. Okay, sorry. There we go. All right. Back to paying attention. Okay, now I've lost my spot. Okay, now I'm getting my spot back. So, Silas, I'm sorry, I don't think I saw an answer. Have you streamed before? Will this be your first time streaming, or are you a veteran streamer and that's why you support streamers and Bali Unc is just unaware? I feel that my Instagram, man, I keep going back to that same note, Stitch. I'm thinking about doing a post today. Cool, you should. Yo, chat, I'm getting a tripod. Awesome. No, I personally don't care about the numbers. It's more so I'm not that good, and yet people watch the entire video. Uh, you know, it's supporting the community. I mean, I'm glad that you're getting the views and getting the support. It's really heartwarming to see people getting recognition where recognition is due, especially when it's somebody who's new into the hobby. Because then when it happens to you, you know, it feels good, but then, you know, if you continue to think about it as you continue to progress in the hobby, it's going to be part of your makeup. Like when you see somebody else who's now new, where you're more experienced, you're going to do for them the kind of thing that had been done for you. You're going to reach out to people and you're going to be like, you know, hey, that's some pretty sick flipping. Keep up the good work. And they're going to look up to you and be like, wow, I can't believe you just said that to me. Thank you so much. That made my day. You know, and it's the little things like that all right, you're going to dip. Peace out, Stitch. Have a good rest of the weekend. LeBreton says, my top post, oh, I covered that. I don't post for views, more progression, but it's nice, I guess. Yeah, it is. It really is. I say the same thing. You know, I don't do this for the views, you know, but when I do go back and see that something I put out had, you know, 100 and some odd views, you know, it is nice. It makes me feel good about the content of, or the quality of the content that I'm putting out and the interest in it. Because while this is something that I want to do and that's why I'm doing it, it sure does mean a lot to me that that it's also something that somebody else wants me to do. Because if I was doing it but nobody was watching it, that would let some of the wind out of my sails for sure. All right. All right, I think I'm going to turn on the ASMR mic and I'm going to start working through my current combo with all the knives. Once I've made it through all of them, we will read the room, see how we're feeling about stuff. We've been at it for almost 4 hours now. So if after going through these, it still remains pretty quiet and we're going to start wrapping things down, we can definitely do so. If people start showing up while I am going through these, keep an eye out for them. Welcome everybody who shows up. Make sure that they know that they're here and welcome, or that they're welcome to be here, whether they flip or whether they don't. And I will do the same. I will try to keep a close eye on, who may or may not be here. But in the meantime, I'll turn on the mic, give you guys something to listen to. Hopefully everybody is out there doing well and just simply enjoying your Saturday. Glad you're here. Oh, I threw it up. Wasn't a rollover. LeBreton, your phone died. I'm sorry. All right, that's one. So LeBreton, if you dropped off and then just came back, so you're aware, we are now over the 4-hour mark, which is awesome. I'm not trying to wrap everything up or anything like that, but what I am doing is I turned on the ASMR mic, and I'm gonna just go through all of my Baileys, doing my my combo, giving you guys something to listen to. If you guys want to engage in chat, just toss something out there. LeBreton sounds like a weapon in Fortnite. STW. All right. Yeah, so LeBreton flips, laughs or cries or feels emotion. Okay, so we're gonna just get to flipping. After I get through all of these, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We'll just check the temperature of the room. If we want to keep going, we can. We have hit the 4-hour stream that 3 has asked for. Are we going to hit the 6-hour stream that Ethan has asked for? Probably not. But let's do some flipping. You guys just feel free to chat or just listen, and we'll keep on going. The 4-hour, we've hit it. We did it. This was a first. Fail. It's that shortstop. I'm excited to stream with my tripod. I'm excited for you to stream with the tripod. Oh man, I'm not even doing what I'm trying to do. When does it come in, LeBreton? Oh. Let's try something other than the S. Other than the S. You don't know when it comes in? That's a bummer. Ugh. Not feeling the momentum on that one. Cruz says, I'm waiting for my Zippy Squid Trainer inserts to come in right now. Cool. I have to look later. Okay. Ugh. What in the world? I can't count that, even though I wish I could. My dad got it for me. That's awesome. That was very nice of him. Ooh, I think I hit the microphone. Sorry about that, if that hurt your ears. Let's try that again. Okay. Try the Thomas Balisong Revolt. Nope. Oh, so close. But it was the shortstop. The shortstop stopped a little short. Refault is best for ASMR. I like the rep, honestly, but I do love the sound of the refault. That is true. Gotta loosen up. So is it, I mean, you guys have now mentioned ASMR a couple of times. Is it noticeably more enjoyable with this mic here and turned on, so you guys can hear the clickety clack a whole lot better? And LeBreton, I will answer your question, but first I want to kind of confirm. Yes, it sounds better that way. Good. I'm glad. Ah. So LeBreton, I don't know that I can really tell you what my favorite sounding Bali is right now from my collection. I think historically it's been the S, because it's got such a ringy sound to it, because it's got all the tines. But as Cruz noted, I think it was Cruz. Yeah, Cruz noted the Reese is best for ASMR. It really does sound very ringy. I enjoy it. Let's see. Oof. Oh my goodness. None of that was okay. Nope. All right. Sometimes I just got to remind myself what the cherry, or not the cherry picker, what the shortstop is. Let's see. There we go. Now just do it. Your favorite sounding Bali is your Kraken? All right, let's try the Kite AL. Excuse me. I don't know that I want to count that. Yeah, there, that worked. The cheese. My new beater. No. What's going on, Jax? How we doing? Yep, I'm still streaming. I haven't stopped, haven't taken a break. Currently, I'm just going through my combo with all my Balis. Saruman, what's going on? I think this is your first time dropping into one of my streams, isn't it? I don't know if y'all can see my messages in the chat. I can. I can see this one at least. Well, welcome to the show. I can't remember if you have made it to one of my streams to date or not. But if not, I very humbly welcome you. I have been watching your content for quite some time, and truly do appreciate your drops. You are a great flipper, and I love listening to the way that you think about ballad songs. So keep doing what you're doing, man. But thank you so much for stopping by and making your way over here. Just so that you know, we are a very chill group over here. Nothing but positive vibes, community support, positive engagement. We don't poo-poo on anybody. We don't have any issues. Everybody is welcome. And then beyond that, I do my flipping and talk about stuff. I try to put a positive spin on everything, give people different perspectives to look at situations from. But really, at the end of the day, it's you can't flip wrong, and just try to be good. Yeah, and right now, we're going on a little over 4 hours. So we've had a very engaging chat. We've had some lurkers in the chat. We've had lurkers, we've had engagement. Right now, we're just rolling through the combo that I'm working on. And as I landed on one of my Baileys, I'm putting it up and then moving on to the next Bailey. And once I get the combo with all of the Baileys, then we'll kind of read the room and figure out if we're gonna go for a 5th hour or if we're gonna wrap up stream and call it a night. So that's what we're doing. But welcome again. Very, very humbled by your taking the time to stop by. Very cool. This isn't even the combo I'm trying to work on, but I did it. I did it. Okay. And so everyone is aware, in case anybody doesn't know, the combo I'm currently working on is the Hellbent, which is essentially the cherry picker, but with a closure at the top instead of it ending with a whip rollover. And then from the Hellbent, I go into a behind the 8 ball to a blender, to the what is it called again? Shortstop. And right now I'm doing that combo because the Hellbent is essentially, like I said, basically the cherry picker. So it's fundamental. I want to learn that. And the shortstop is fundamental and fun. So I want to learn that. And the only thing I'm doing between the Hellbent and the shortstop is just a behind the eight ball and a blender, which is just a bunch of rollovers. So I might as well just do some rollovers to get to the next practice. So that's the combo that I'm working on. Let's see. LeBreton says, I would put a lanyard on my pocket knife so that it's so nice I actually have a knife when I need one. Nice. No, that's not. It's not what I'm trying to do. Seeing this is low-key making me want to try to and stream again. It's been ages since I did one. And so many people are streaming these days. For the last couple of weeks, Ghost Flipping came back and has been streaming. I stream. The majority of people in the chat right now actually stream. LeBreton streams. Let's see. Maybe not the majority of people in chat. Spark streams. Stitch, I don't believe you do, but Stitch supports streamers. Silas also has been talking about potentially streaming, but Silas is one of those supporters. Like, if you stream, you've probably seen Silas's name pop up because Silas just supports everybody in the community who streams. It's amazing. But that's our thing. That's all that we're about over here, is just community support, being the best versions of ourselves that we can be, and learning a neat thing or two on a ballad song while we're along the way. There we go. Didn't catch it between the ring finger and middle finger like I'm supposed to. I had the thumb in there, but I'll take it. Sometimes you got to take the little wins, and that's all right. All right, that wasn't too daunting. That came out pretty smooth. And that wasn't caught with the right fingers. You should learn the Valorant combo. You're not the first one to tell me that. Already down the line, or if you haven't already down the line, it's fun and easy. Yeah, Ghost Bally's, I think, had mentioned that I needed to learn that one. And I said I'd look into it because I did need a new combo. But now I'm back into, I need to learn this combo because of the Hellbent and the shortstop. So I'm still pumping the brakes on that, but I will. Let's see. For real, good suggestion, Cruz. My fingers are asleep. Tingly feeling. It's weird right now. That's how my fingers were feeling the first 20 minutes of stream yesterday. I really had to warm my hands up. It was really weird. That should be your next combo. I'll think about it. Any ballys you're thinking of getting soon, Unc, or any on your whitelist? So my wife actually, at the end of my workday yesterday, this was pretty awesome. My wife called me into the room that she was in, and she was like, hey, I want to buy you a ballad song. And I said, that is amazing. Do you mind if you share the specs with me, just so that I know kind of what you're looking at, and can confirm for you that it's going to meet the minimum requirements. And she did, and it's it's aluminum channeled handle, 440C steel blade, on bushings. So theoretically, it checks all of the boxes it needs to check to be a totally functional and fully serviceable ballad song. I may need to swap out the washers for some improved washers. I may need to sand something down slightly to make sure that the tune is really good. But I mean, the bare minimums that I would look for in a Bali have been met, coupled with the fact that the Bali itself doesn't look like something that I've seen before, so I don't have reason to believe that it's a clone. But just like I've told the chat, anytime I get a new Bali, whether it's something that I bought, a gift that somebody has bought me, or a loaner that's been sent my way. Any box, any new Bali that I get, aside from somebody in person giving me a gift to open, I will unbox on stream live so everybody can kind of experience it, kind of tell me what they think I'm seeing, answer some questions I may not be aware of. Just kind of make it a community event. I think that's neat. So yeah, getting gifts is always nice. And my wife knocked it out of the park with that one, honestly. And I'm really looking forward to it coming in. All right, we'll do the rep because I want to spend time with that's not even the combo I'm supposed to be doing. I want to spend time with the Orion. It was tough to get into that. Okay. Back to what I'm supposed to do. Nope. That was not the smoothest, but that shortstop was okay. All right, and let's see how the hands are flipping the LDY Orion. Ah! S 1.5. Oh. Didn't break the skin, but it was definitely one of those, that isn't the right side of the blade. Smooth. Smooth. Epic fail. No, it wasn't too bad, but didn't get it. So let's get some more practice in. I don't like that one. I think I have carpal tunnel from all the repetitive movements from flipping. LOL. Well, if you're honest about that, I'm so sorry that that's something that you're having to deal with. If you're just joking, though, I mean that's a good one. Watch out. LOL. What, to the carpal tunnel or the dropping the live blade that I am doing? Oh, that one was feeling pretty smooth. I'll take it. All right, everybody. Oh, Sarman's got to head out. Great stream. Hopefully I can join the next one as well. Thank you, man, for taking the time to stop by and check out my content. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I've been really enjoying your stuff for a number of months now. Really great how you interact with the community. And again, I've told you a billion times, Pyro is peak. Or Cairo is peak. So anyway, thanks for stopping by. Have yourself a great rest of the weekend. We'll talk soon. As for everyone else, we have 5 people in the chat, 5 people in the stream. We have a couple people chatting, which means we got some lurkers. Totally fine. You guys know I love my lurkers. So don't feel like you need to come out of the woodwork to say anything. But how are you guys feeling about how we're going? We're about almost 4.5 hours in. We can start winding things down if you guys have gotten your satisfactory Bali Unc tanks filled up. Or if you want us to keep on going, we can keep on going. You guys let me know. I think I am going to start sitting down though. So I'm going to mute this. I'm going to drop my desk down. I'm going to bring my chair around because my knees are starting to get achy. And once we get settled back in for a sit down, we'll take a temperature check and see if we're going to keep going or not. Oh, oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh, I'm an old man, and my body knows it. All right. Chat has remained relatively quiet. We are at 4 potential lurkers. That is totally fine. That means we are going to wrap things up. So I thank everybody who is here, has been here, or will be here later after the stream wraps up to watch later. I thank everybody for taking the time to come out and check out my content. I really do appreciate it. The only thing that I want is for you all to be living your best lives as happily as you can. So I just try to give you guys a place free of drama, free of arguments, just a nice, relaxed environment that you can chill out. If you like ballad songs, we can talk about those. But just in general, a nice, positive vibe, Mr. Rogers sort of scene out here. You guys helped me create that. I thank you all very much for it. But that's it for today. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Thanks for saying hi. We'll see you guys in the next one. Love you.